this one's set under mixer here.
Yeah, they all need to be.
Yeah. So,
Hold on, because that one's gonna have to go across to that stand.
okay, you want me to, which,
The new ones, I gotta figure out where the fourth cord is now. Because there's still one that I unplugged from the TV switch was shorter. And so whichever one that is.
I'll get your cables together if you like. And
Yeah,
I'll-
can you
yeah,
figure out
that's
which
okay.
one is, this one is now on the TV. And I just need to figure out where the end
morning, Josh Fleischer for the state.
Morning.
Hannah Kinney for Mr. Duren. And Margaret Heddles representing Mr. Duren.
Okay, good morning, council. Good morning, Mr. Duren. Please be seated. Okay, just a few quick things before I bring the jury in. First of all, there was some discussion relative to the media access to the proceedings. We have attempted to try to clean up or to specify that during breaks that there would not be a live mic on. So I'm getting a nod from the back that that's, and a thumbs up. So again, I just urge, thank you for that, number one. Number two, just in case there's any technical issue with that, I also encourage everyone to be mindful that during breaks that even though there's an intent and an ability to turn off the mic, there might be a situation where a mic is live. So I would just urge people to be mindful of that. Second, Attorney Duren, with respect to the two in-camera motions, I went back and I did grant those.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I did.
I don't know that that came through to us, but
Okay.
I appreciate you checking.
So I think medical records was September 3rd by my reckoning, and the CAC was also September 3rd. So if for some reason they didn't get to you, then there's your notice.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's anything in those that I missed, but I simply granted them as is. Next, with regard to the motion to reconsider, again, I'm denying the motion to reconsider. I've got a few more comments to make with respect to that. I did review the transcript again relative to the statements at issue. And so adopting the reasoning as proffered by the defendant, but also a few more comments in that regard. Specifically, the state is offering the defendant's statement to the police as part of the transcript and the video, which has already been litigated. Based upon my review of the statement, it does contain hearsay. We've already litigated, and we had a specific hearing on this 2 weeks ago, the proposed redactions to the statement, and I've already made my rulings in that regard. As part of that overall statement, and I specifically go to page 56 of that statement, Mr. Duren, in his comment to the police, indicated, I'm reading from line 21, and then she just said, no, comma, I'm staying here, comma, and I'm not leaving, period. That's at page 56, line 21 through 22. So the touchstone, or the lodestar, relative to my analysis in that regard, goes back to Mr. Duren's rights under these proceedings relative to the right to present all proofs favorable and the general confrontation right relative to a statement such as that. So based upon that, and looking at Rule 806, which for purposes of this proceeding, I will read into the record relative to 806, that when a hearsay statement has been admitted in evidence, the declarant's credibility may be attacked and then supported by any evidence that would be admissible for those purposes if the declarant had testified as a witness. The court may admit evidence of the declarant's inconsistent statement or conduct regardless of when it occurred or whether the declarant had an opportunity to explain or deny it. So again, with respect to Ms. Naffziger's statement, I believe that my ruling is that Ms. Duren has the right to challenge that statement, and I'm admitting it for credibility purposes on that, in that vein. Substantively, I'm also allowing it for now as evidence to the claim, as evidence in support of the claim of defense of others. However, I would also note for the record that I'm still waiting for further legal argument relative to the issue that was raised during the motions hearing 2 weeks ago, which we will continue to work on that, and we will have to have a hearing on that relative to the defendant's legal position, to put it in the simplest terms possible, as to whether you can kidnap your own kid. So we referenced that during the hearing 2 weeks ago as a legal proposition, not as a factual proposition, and that's something that needs to be returned to. I understand that there's a need to proceed with openings and the presentation of evidence before we get to the final jury instructions. However, that issue still is being yet to be ruled on, the specific ramifications of that. So again, I'm denying the motion to reconsider. relative to a Rule 806 ruling as to the credibility, Mr. Duren's right to attack the credibility of that statement as he made it, once that statement is offered into evidence, as a hearsay statement under 8033 as referenced by Attorney Kettles yesterday. And then substantively, I'm allowing it for now, subject to how we end up having the legal ruling on the issue that I flagged last week. Attorney Duren or Spicer, any questions on my rulings with respect to the motion to reconsider?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, objection duly noted. Anything further, Attorney Kinney or Attorney Kettles, on that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the final housekeeping matter is, just so counsel are aware, when the jury does come in, the first thing I'm going to do is inquire as to whether they have had any media exposure. In the event that they have, we will be taking a break. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in? Okay, all set.
Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Dustin Duren presiding.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, good morning, members of the jury. Thank you for your punctuality. A few quick comments before we get started for the day. I did indicate to you yesterday, as I think that you probably were aware, that there is a media presence during the course of this trial. And one thing I did not state yesterday, but I wanted to bring to your attention and to assure you of, is that one of the standing orders of the court system, it's not just my order, it's the entire New Hampshire Superior Court judicial branch, there is an order relative to the media presence during these proceedings. As you know, it is an open courtroom. But one of the standing orders that is directed to the media is that the jurors' faces are not to be shown as part of the proceedings. So I didn't say that yesterday, and I want to assure you of that, that your, whether it's still photography or whether it's any videos, that you would not be as part of that transmission. I wanted to bring that to your attention. And the second thing I wanted to follow up on is, again, because there is a media presence during this trial, if any of you have had exposure relative to anything in the media in the last 24 hours during the break since yesterday, if you could raise your hand and we'll address that if that has occurred. Okay, please thank you. Please let the record reflect that none of the jury members raised their hand. So I thank you for that, and again, that's going to be a continuing order and instruction to you to, number one, avoid all contact relative to any media representations or coverage as to what's happening here today, and as I said, to please take affirmative steps to avoid inadvertent exposure as well. So I thank you for following my instructions in that regard. Okay? Ready to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Tracy Flaherty. Good morning, ma'am. Could you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning. Could you please tell the jury your name and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Tracy Flaherty. First name Tracy, T-R-A-C-E-Y. Last name Flaherty, F-L-A-H-E-R-T-Y.
Ms. Flaherty, where do you work?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit. I'm an intelligence analyst.
How long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Police?
I worked for the New Hampshire State Police since 2016. Prior to that, I was an intelligence analyst with the FBI for 16 and a half years. Then I was an analyst with Liberty Mutual, Special Investigations Unit, working medical fraud. And I had my own business for a few years before joining the state police, where I provided training to private investigators and law enforcement on the techniques of intelligence analysis, how it can be used in cold cases and missing persons.
Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. You mentioned that you are an intelligence analyst. We'll keep it specific to the New Hampshire State Police. What do you do for the New Hampshire State Police as an intelligence analyst?
So I assist in major crime investigations. Those are typically homicides. I help generate leads by researching and locating individuals. I also review evidence that's collected. That could be based on a search warrant, so communication records, maybe financial records, social media. I may assist in looking at devices, depending on the needs of the case.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned locating people. Do you have any experience with New Hampshire State Police or the FBI or any other of your stops on your career in working with cell phone location data?
I do. Since working with state police, I've had training in actual location data that's obtained from communication records from cell phone carriers.
And about how many times would you say you've had the occasion to do that?
Oh, I've testified about 10 times. This is, I think, my 10th trial, and I have probably worked on 75 to 100 different cases that involved communication records, and many of those involve location data.
Could you describe any training you may have with regard to cell phone location data and communications data?
Absolutely. So since joining the state police, I attended a training seminar from the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, which is called FBI CAS Team. They're an elite team within the FBI that focuses solely on cellular analysis and location data. I've also attended some other courses from them. In addition, I have attended several online classes from their NDCAC, which is the National Domestic Communication Analysis Center. So they have to keep up with the technology. I've also attended training in person and live webinars from a vendor called Cellhawk. They have the software that I use to assist in the mapping.
Okay. So Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned mapping and using software. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Absolutely. So when it comes to talking about a cell phone and location data, your phone is continuously, in order to use it, it's interacting with cell towers. It needs to connect to an antenna, typically mounted on a tower. You're probably used to seeing them on the highway, those big, large structures. But they can also be an antenna that's mounted on a building or a sign. But anyway, your phone does need to connect to an antenna. And so what we end up doing is every tower has a unique phone number, or ID number, I should say. And within the phone records that we receive, that tells us what tower maybe an event is connected to. So for instance, a call. When you make a call or receive a call and your phone connects to a tower, that tower has a unique number. And in the data, we also have not only that unique number of the tower, but what side of the tower, which helps us give a general direction of where that device is when it's connected to the tower. So either for call detail records, which we received in this case, which is incoming, outgoing calls that are made, or specialized location records, which is engineering data, we actually get those unique ID numbers. And the carrier also provides a list of all the towers and those numbers the sectors, which is that side of the tower that I mentioned, where the antennas are placed, and then how those sectors are orientated. And so by matching that up, and the software helps because it's a volume of data, by matching that up between the two, I can then map that latitude and longitude of the tower that's being used, and then know what side of the tower. And as we'll see in the maps, you can get an idea of general direction of the device and then movement of that device.
Ms. Flaherty, thank you. That's quite a lot of information. I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned that you, in your work, doing this kind of work, generally use communications data. Are there different types of data that you receive related to cell phones?
Yes.
And who provides those?
That would be the mobile carrier. So in this case, it's Verizon.
So someone like Verizon, AT&T, some company
Correct.
like that? And that is data that those companies, is that data that they keep for their own purposes?
Yes. So for billing purposes, they have call records for their subscribers. And for their own business purposes, they have specialized location records that is engineering data that they use to be able to make decisions on coverage, maybe where to put an antenna, how to orientate their antennas, or working on upgrading service in a certain area.
So Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned something called call detail records. What are those?
So call detailed records are similar to your phone bill. It shows calls incoming and outgoing. I'm able to see the date and time of the call, the numbers that are involved in the call. And if we are obtaining call detail records with cell site information, so tower information, then I see that unique number for the tower that's used during that event, along with what side of the tower, so the sector number.
So we'll have a visual in a bit that I think will explain the issue of the size of the tower. So you talked about call detail records. Are you familiar with something called RTT data?
I am.
What is RTT data?
That is the name for Verizon's specialized location records, or their engineering data. Basically, what that is it provides events when your phone is continuously interacting with the towers when it's on. The carrier's taking measurements of the speed of the signal from the tower to the device and back. And so when that measurement's taken, it gives an estimated distance of where that device is from the tower. So we're able to use that and kind of get a better idea of maybe where a device might be.
Ms. Flaherty, in your experience, do cell phone records or communication data also include something called subscriber information?
Yes.
And what is that generally?
That is the individual typically that is paying the bill and is subscribed to the phone, and oftentimes the user of the phone.
Ms. Flaherty, on March 1st of 2024, did you become involved in an investigation involving someone named Dustin Duren?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell us when that happened that day and how you became involved?
I received a phone call from my team early morning hours, sometime between March 1st before 2:30 a.m. I received a phone call saying that they needed my assistance in initiating an exigency request for location data on a device that was associated with Mr. Duren.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm going to stop you there.
Sure.
I apologize. You mentioned exigency. What is exigency in
So-
your experience?
So exigency is a process that law enforcement is able to use in interacting with a carrier such as Verizon when there's an emergency and a concern for possible dangerous death or bodily harm.
Is exigency a process that's available when perhaps it's not practical to get a search warrant?
Yes, if it's deemed to be an emergency situation, yes.
So in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, you told us that you were asked to use the exigency process to do something. Can you tell us what you did?
Sure. So the first thing I did, which is required by Verizon, each carrier kind of has their own method that they want you to interact with. For Verizon, I initiated first calling their emergency hotline, told them the situation, and that I was looking for whether there was a current location on the phone number that I was given.
Okay, was that phone phone number 702-280-5090?
Yes, it was.
And is that a Verizon phone number?
Yes, it is.
So when you made that first call with Verizon, what happened?
So they told me that there was no current location on that phone, which indicated to me that that phone was most likely off and not connecting to the cellular network.
So you mentioned that the phone was off, Ms. Flaherty. What are the scenarios where a phone would stop communicating with the network?
If you turn your phone off, if the phone could be destroyed, if you're out of area where there's no signal, no data, then it's possible that it's not connecting to the cellular network.
So at that point, did you know which of those scenarios may have been the case with regard to this telephone?
I did not.
So after receiving that initial information from Verizon that the phone was not communicating, what did you do next?
So then I initiated their emergency disclosure form, which was a request to provide historical information on that device. So, such as asking for the subscriber to just verify the ownership of that device, and then asking for historical call detail records, so those calls, incoming and outgoing activity. Also requested the last known location of that device before it stopped communicating with their network. The request also was for that specialized location data and text detail.
When you mentioned that specialized location data, do you mean that
The RTT, correct.
RTT data? So, again, what time in the morning is this that you submitted this form requesting all this other information?
So I spoke to Verizon around 2:30 a.m. and about 2:45, so 2:45 a.m. was when I submitted the form and received the results back about an hour later, I believe.
What were those results that you received?
So I actually received the historical information, the call detail records, everything that I had requested. They sent back via an email, and it covered the time period of February 29th, 2024 at midnight through March 1st at like 2:30 in the morning.
So roughly about the time.
About the time that I contacted them, yes.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned a number of records, including call detail records, subscriber information, and RTT data that were obtained early in the morning.
Yes.
Did the New Hampshire State Police later obtain those records again via a search warrant process?
They did, yes.
And was the data the same that was obtained?
Yes, it covered that time period in a larger time period.
So those records that you obtained through the search warrant that covered the same time period, did you review those records?
I did.
And
Sure, certainly.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm handing you something that's marked for identification at this point. That states Exhibit 13. It's a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
Have you reviewed the contents of that thumb drive?
I have.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
This contains the historical call detail records, the subscriber record, and the RTT data that I used to create the visuals today.
So that is the data, some of the data that you received by a search warrant and reviewed?
Yes.
And did you use the data on this thumb drive to create a series of maps?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to introduce Exhibit 13 as a full exhibit.
Certainly. over the conditional objection as indicated during the bench, yes, the objection is overruled, and the identification may be stricken, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Thank you. This is Exhibit 13 for the record. May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Flaherty, you told us that you used the data on that thumb drive to create a series of maps. I've handed you a number of documents. The first one is marked States Exhibit 12A for identification. Could you tell us what this is?
Yeah, this is a document that depicts two pictures of a cell tower, your traditional cell tower, with 3 sectors. It's just to demonstrate to the jury the tower and how the antennas are affixed to the tower and orientated.
So this relates to some of your testimony earlier about how the data that you receive involves which side of the cell tower?
Correct.
is communicating?
Correct.
And if you can look at everything else, put that aside and look at the rest of those. What are those that you're looking at?
These are maps that I created to assist in showing the actual movement of the device on February 29th, 2024.
So when you say the device, do you mean the cell phone associated with
Uh,
data?
Yes, the 702 number.
Okay. The 702 number that you began receiving some of that data in the early morning hours of March 1st?
Yes,
And that's the same data that's on that thumb drive, Exhibit 13?
correct.
Okay. So you have Exhibits 12A, D, as in dog, E, F, H, I, J, K, and M.
Should be. They do not have the exhibit labels on them.
the back of it.
No.
Is there a red sticker?
Okay, yeah, and this one does. Yeah, this one didn't. Yes, you're correct. Sorry.
With the exception of A, the rest are maps that you created.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how you created those maps?
Sure. I had mentioned it a bit earlier. We obtained the data in spreadsheets from Verizon, Excel spreadsheets, and it's a large volume of data. So I enter that into a program by a company called Leads Online. It's called CellHawk, and it assists in doing that matching that I talked about as far as the unique tower number that's in the tower list. I upload that Verizon tower list and matching the tower that's used for each event. So whether that event is a call that takes place within the call detail records, or that event is one of those RTT events where it's actually capturing that estimated distance to tower in the engineering data. And so that helps me visualize and make these maps. And then for quality control, I mean, I look at the raw data, I look at the maps, and I make sure that it is correct.
So, Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned that this data that you use to create these maps includes events, and that a certain event could be something like a phone call.
Yes, yep, so calls, or I typically call an event if it happens to be like an RTT engineering data, date and time event.
I want to ask you about that. When you say that there's an event that is related to RTT or engineering data, is the phone making a call or sending a text message at that point?
Not necessarily. RTT can be captured when the phone's being used, but it's when your phone is continuously interacting with the network and the carrier is actually capturing and measuring that, like I said, that signal speed, so that they can make some decisions when they look at that data for their own business process.
So would it be fair to say that as long as the phone is on, it may be communicating with the cell phone tower?
Correct.
And that is regardless of whether it happens to be in use for a call or a text or something like that?
As long as it's on and the data is available, yes.
And
Attorney
you
Attorney
mentioned-
Spicer?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can the witness identify the program that was used? Again, I didn't,
Yes.
if there's the spelling of that program?
Sure, it's CellHawk, CELLHAWK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned that you check these maps for quality control. How do you do that?
By looking at the raw data and knowing, understanding the sectors and side of the tower, and then making sure that appears accurate And I also, spot check the Latin longs and make sure that that maps correctly.
You said Latin long, does the raw data that you reviewed that's on Exhibit 13 include latitude and longitude information?
No, the cell site list from the phone company, from Verizon, when they give me the master list of their cell towers, it has the latitude and the longitude for each unique number.
Does the data that you reviewed include latitude and longitude information?
In the RTT and the call detail, I believe they have their separate list underneath, yes.
And so you use essentially the latitude and the longitude associated with those events and the timing to help place that phone?
The latitude and longitude of the tower that's in the tower list that's provided in that data is not necessarily in the row of the event is the latitude and longitude, just the unique number match is how we get there.
And so you did all these quality control and spot checks with regard to the maps that you have here today?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to introduce Exhibits 12A, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, and M as full exhibits.
No objection.
The identification may be stricken with respect to those specific exhibits, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Ms. Flaherty, you should have a screen right there. I'm showing you what's now marked for, as a full exhibit, states 12A. Could you tell us what this is?
So this is a picture of your traditional cell site or cell tower. Like I said, you can have antennas. You'll see here where the arrows are pointing, those boxes that set some antennas. And so on each side of the tower, you can see it's kind of like a triangle on this particular tower. It's a 3-sector tower. And so there's sets of antennas on there. Each of those towers, like I said, has a unique ID number. And that's where your phone, in order to be able to send, receive a call, use your data plan, text messages, you're going to be attaching to an antenna that's mounted on a tower.
And when you mentioned different sides of the tower, this one has 3, correct?
This one has 3, yes.
And how do you use that information about which of those, in this example, 3 towers, when it comes to determining a location?
So in the records, there'll be a column for like a sector, and it'll have a number, like a 1, 2, or 3. If it's like a 3G, you'll see actual sector. If it's an LTE, they're called an E-node B number, and that'll be part of that number will have the sector, and that tells you what side.
So using the side and some of the other data you mentioned, you're able to help
Tell which side of the tower, yes.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm showing you states Exhibit 12D. You see this?
I do.
So this is one of the maps you created. Could you please tell us what you're looking at?
So first, just to draw your eye to the red oval, it has a 1063. That's marking 1063 Main Street. It's the address there. And what we have, all these maps are for the 702 phone number device. And the device is attached to the northern tower from that address. You can see, if you look at where it says 538 to the north.
Ms. Flaherty, perhaps it would be better if you could come down.
Can I? That'd be
Yes, please.
fantastic. Thank you.
Well, we step right up to this large screen in front of the jury here. And please continue. You were explaining this map to us.
So, oh, thank you. Won't go any further? Okay, I will speak loudly so I can actually maybe point. Is that okay? Okay. So here we have a marker for an address, 1063 Main Street. And here, when I'm talking about that tower I showed you, that picture of a tower, so this orange circle represents that location of a tower. And this wedge here is what just highlights for me the side of the tower that's being used by the device. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the device is in this dark circle here at all. It's just to kind of draw your eye to the side of the tower visually. But what it is saying is that that device is somewhere on the side of this tower. I know confidently that it's not up here, because radio waves are not a pie shaped. You know, this is just a visual. That device could be a little bit over here or over here when we're looking at the data. These arcs, it represents that estimated distance from the tower that I talked about that I get from the RTT data. It maps an arc, and it basically, as the phone is communicating back and forth with the tower, these arcs are represented. And when you have a lot of lines and it gets darker, it just sits there a long time, you're gonna get a lot of hits when you know the phone is stationary. So that gives me that indication. So here what we have is the device is connecting to this side of the tower at 5:38. It's somewhere along this arc at that time. I can't say 100% where it is along this arc, but I can confidently say that it's somewhere along this arc. Okay?
Ms. Flaherty, just to kind of sum up, so this map depicts which tower this particular cell phone was communicating at about 5:38 p.m.,
Correct.
and that's on February 29th, 2024?
Correct.
And this map is showing the city of Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, it is.
And so those arcs that you mentioned are the estimated distance from the tower, so as you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, that phone could be anywhere on that arc?
That is correct.
And you marked 1063, is that 1063 Main Street in Berlin?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to be sitting right on one of those arcs?
It is. Yeah.
There's another tower beneath that. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure. So then looking at movement, I looked and you see that 5:38, we have the device connected to this tower. And by 5:57:06, it is now connected down here to this tower on this side, and there are the arcs. That indicates to me a change in tower usage and most likely movement. Okay, so that's how I start to be able to decipher that.
So what time is the phone communicating with that?
And down in Berlin tower is 5:57:06.
And that tower appears to be more in the center of Berlin?
Yes.
We're going to move to the next one, if you can just stay out there. This is State's Exhibit 12F. What are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the same device, all the maps are for the same device. So once again, taking off those estimated distance to tower because it gets really busy, you know, and a lot of lines and circles. So just to simplify it, this is still that engineering data while the phone is moving, but it's just showing you the tower usage and the side of the tower, just removing those lines so it's not so busy. And so once we started with 5:38 up here north of Main Street, and then on that previous map I'd shown you where it was connecting to this side at 5:57. You can see it, then it kind of swings around, it's here, and the device then is connecting to a tower down here more towards the Borum area at 6:26. After that, I noticed that there is actually a connection over east on Route 2, heading towards the Bethel, Maine area. So around from 6:43 to 6:58, the device seems to stay connected over east when it travels.
Ms. Flaherty, are you familiar with the area shown in this map, the Borum, Berlin area?
I am.
And so this map shows connection to a tower at 6:26 p.m., and then another tower further east, several minutes later, 6:43 to 6:58. Is that about consistent with the amount of time it takes to drive on Route 2?
In my experience, that's about a 15-20 minute drive.
You're now looking at State's 12E. Please tell us what you see in this, or what this map shows.
So just to continue to orient you, we've moved down to the 6:26. This was over at that time on east on Route 2. And then instead of there's no times, that moves along. And by 7:29, you can see that the device has moved along, and by 7:29, it's connected to tower in Whitefield. So it came back around and started to go south. So by 7:37, the device is connected to a tower down here in Carroll. And then coming further west, you can see they continue down, and by 7:45, that device is using a tower on 93 South in the Franconia area.
Thank you. This is States 12H. Ms. Flaherty, could you please again tell us what these maps show?
Sure. On the left, if 93 is so long, you'll see this is a section of 93. So on the left, we had originally been in Franconia on the previous map, and you can see the device continues to use towers along 93 South, Woodstock, moving forward by 808. It's down here in like the Thornton Campton area, and continuing south using towers at 813. It's down even further south in
Is that
Plymouth.
the Plymouth area?
Mhm.
So now moving to the right side of the screen, there's another map. What does
So,
that show?
thinking about 93, continuing down, here we have it now 827 in New Hampton, and moving along the different towers, continuing to come down, and by 850, that device starts to use various towers in the Concord area between 850 and 1022.
So maybe one ahead.
So,
Sorry, Ms. Flaherty, this is 12I for the record. What does this map show?
okay, now we're back to kind of looking at those estimated distance to tower. Here it was taking a look at the data to see is there any areas once the device got into Concord that maybe it had stopped for a period of time. Thinking at this whole time, the goal is looking for, you know, the device, the children and Mr. Duren. So at this time, this map shows the device kind of hitting for a period of time, about 852 to 903, and this is a 903 down here, about 852 to 902, you can see this arc hitting. It's in this general area for those few minutes is what I would be able to discern from this. And that's on North Main Street in Concord.
Ms. Flaherty, there's a red logo with a white S on it. What is that?
That's a speedway, so is a reference of there's a possibility of a place that's kind of where the lines crossed. There was this speedway there.
And Speedway is a gas station?
Yes, it is.
And so what, just before we move on, what time frame does this map cover?
So this covers from the north, we're around between 9 o'clock, and you can see down, it comes, this is 9:01, but the estimated distance is way down here. So it's 9 o'clock to about 9:03. Here it's 8:56. So the total time would be about 8:52 to 9:03.
Thank you. Looking now at State's Exhibit 12J, could you please tell us, first of all, where this is and what it shows?
So this is still in Concord. It's now on South Main Street. This was another location where I had indicated that it appeared that the device may have stayed for a period of time. Just north was that 903 that you saw in the previous map. By 906, it was here until 928. So this is what we would call an omni tower. That's why you have a circle. So basically, that's a one-sided tower where the antennas can cover the 360 degrees rather than a three-sector tower where each sector covers about 120 degrees.
So, Ms. Flaherty, does this tower show essentially from about, you said 906 to?
About 928, it was in that general area.
Phones in this general, and this is south of where we were
Yes.
previously?
Yep, still moving south.
South in the city of Concord, New Hampshire?
Yes.
So this is State's 12K. First, could you tell us what this map shows in terms of location and time?
So this is still in Concord, now in the vicinity of between South Main Street and Hall Street. This is also RTT data, but without the lines because the device sat here for a period of time. It was extremely busy to show all of the lines. So basically from 9:58 to 10:22, that device was connected to this tower here, the 61909 tower near South Main Street, and had about 27 those RTT, I call them events, right? So 27 hits, so it was stationary there for a period of time. While there, it was bouncing off of this Omni Tower between 10:05 and 10:15.
So, Ms. Flaherty, again, can you tell us the time frame of when that phone was connected?
This would be
to
9:58 to 10:22.
And is this location Concord further south?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Flaherty, on the left side of this map, there's a red box with some information. What does that information tell you?
So in looking at the call detail records, there was a call while this device was connected to this tower. So this information is coming from the call detail records, that whole call activity, that matched up with the usage of this 61909 tower for Sector 2. You can see that last number is a 2, that's the sector number. And so this would be an outgoing call from the 702 number to a 763 number. That was at 10:08 p.m. while the device was in this area, and that call lasted 13 minutes and 36 seconds.
So that call was placed at 10:08,
Yes, it was.
and was that an outgoing call from that 702 phone number?
It was.
Can you give us that number?
So the called number was a 763-350-0954.
And the number that made the call, what number
Was
was that?
this 702-280-5900.
And that 702 number that made the call, is that the number associated with the phone?
Yes, it is. It's the number that is connected to this tower.
How long did that call last?
13 minutes and 36 seconds.
And this is the last one. Ms. Flaherty, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this here is RTT data. This is from the raw data, just to show you, this is the last actual event on that device before it went off. And it matches the time that we have received from the phone company as to the time that the last location for the device, which is the morning of, or the evening of February 29th, 2024 at 10:22:30 p.m.
So 10:22 p.m. on February 29th, this phone, that 702 number, stopped communicating with cell phone
It
towers?
did.
Ms. Flaherty, you can please return to stand. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. The state has no more questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Counsel? Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute break right now to allow counsel to deal with some exhibits so that we're not, so they're not wasting your time at this point. We may take another mid-morning break. We'll see based upon the testimony, but we will take a 10-minute break right now. So well, why don't we say 10:15? We'll resume at 10:15. Okay, again, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. And Ms. Flaherty, you're still in row.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, Ms. Flaherty.
Good morning.
So as part of your investigation, you received records first from Verizon through the exigency process, correct?
That is correct.
And then later on, you received records from the search warrant?
That is correct.
And the search warrant records did include a longer duration of time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the first records were only February 29th to March 1st, less than 24
Less than
hours.
24 hours, correct.
Okay. And the second set were about a month or?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And when you received the records from the search warrant, you reviewed all those, correct?
I reviewed the records I needed to for location data.
Okay, and can I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit B for ID only?
Certainly.
Showing you what's been marked at Defense B for ID.
Right.
Does that look like the records that you received from Verizon?
That is, yes, that's, let me scroll down, I just want to,
Yes.
thank you. Yes,
Okay,
yep.
there's quite
I
a
want-
bunch.
It is a lot of records, yes.
To include the device that we're talking about, the 702 number 5900 ending, phone call records, correct?
Yes, yes, the historical call detail records, correct.
And text messages, correct?
There was content and text detail, which is just the numbers that are texting back and forth, correct.
Your Honor, may we approach? So, Ms. Flaherty, you reviewed some of the records. Did you review the, any of the SMS content records in your analysis?
So not in my analysis, no. I did note that there was SMS content provided. It's not always provided. I noted that verbally to my team, that it was available. My focus was on location.
Okay, and when you noted it was provided, did you open it up and look at it, or did you just see the headline on the?
I opened it up to make sure that there was actually content visible, that it was there, yes.
This spreadsheet, let me go back for a second on my file here. This preserved redacted SMS content spreadsheet is the document that you opened and looked at to confirm there was SMS
Content available, yes. If you go to the right, that's where you should see content. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Your Honor, may we approach? through the search warrant request, included, amongst other things, SMS content.
That is correct.
And SMS is text messages?
Yes, it's short message service, yes, text messages.
Okay, and you did open up the file to confirm,
To make sure it was populated, and then I let my team know, yes.
okay, populated meaning,
Meaning that there was actual content. Sometimes they say no results, but I wanted to make sure that there was actually something there.
okay, thank you. I would like to show you what's on the state's exhibit. I have your number. US 13. Your Honor, I'd like to publish States 13 and have Ms. Flaherty step down to the screen, the large screen.
Let me just see what we're publishing.
Certainly. So 13 is a full exhibit, and you've confirmed what you're going to publish?
Yes.
Okay, all right, certainly. Thank you.
Can you see the highlighted row right there? I can. Okay, and 46, yes, line 46, and it shows you that the cell phone 702-280-5900, the cell phone that we have been talking about, correct?
Yes.
Dialed 603-752-3131 on February 14th, 2024.
On the 14th, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have no more questions, thank you.
You're right. Okay, can Ms. Flaherty be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
The state calls Justin Rowe. Sir, could you raise your right hand? You swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your last name for the record?
Justin Rowe, R-O-W-E.
Sir, where do you work?
I'm employed as a detective sergeant with the New Hampshire State Police.
How long have you been with the New Hampshire State Police?
25 years.
What unit of the state police are you currently assigned to?
The major crime unit.
Just generally speaking, what does the major crimes unit do?
We primarily investigate death investigations, homicide investigations.
So Sergeant Rowe, I'd like to ask you, what is an Amber Alert?
An Amber Alert is a emergency alert that law enforcement can issue when we fear for the safety of a child.
So fair to say that an Amber Alert relates to emergency situations?
Yes, it goes out through the emergency alert systems.
So when an Amber Alert is activated, and we'll talk more about that, what happens, generally speaking?
Initially, the call is vetted out by law enforcement. There's usually a request by law enforcement to issue that. Once that criteria is met, there's paperwork that's prepared, and then it goes out through the New Hampshire State Police Communications, through the WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System. There's also a press release that goes out. We also partner with New Hampshire Lottery, New Hampshire DOT for the messages that go out. You'll see the signboards on the highways. You know, it's kind of a group effort to get the information of the child and the suspect vehicle out to the public.
Sergeant, you mentioned boards on the side of the highway, you mentioned the press release, you mentioned the lottery. Does an Amber Alert also get distributed through text messages?
Yes, if the subscriber has it set to that, yes.
Okay. And when, just generally speaking, when an Amber Alert goes out by a text message, what happens?
Again, it's through the wireless emergency system, so it goes out from our state police headquarters as the communications software. Once it gets pushed out through that, it goes to various cell phone towers or companies, and it's really at their discretion of how those individual companies distribute that, and again, how the end user, everybody can kind of have their phone set to different priorities.
In the state of New Hampshire, who can authorize an Amber Alert?
The New Hampshire State Police.
So if a local police department encounters a situation that they may believe warrants an Amber Alert, what do they do?
They'll contact the State Police Communication Unit requesting that, and we have state police detectives that are trained in that, and we're on call, and we would respond, and we'll, reach out to that requesting department.
Are you one of those individuals with the state police who is trained to respond to these situations?
Yes,
And do you have the authority to authorize an Amber Alert?
I do.
And that relates to the state of New Hampshire?
Yes.
Sergeant, in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, did you receive some information related to an Amber Alert request?
I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
So the State Police Major Crime was responding already up to the Berlin Police Department for a death investigation. The lead investigator, Sergeant Mallory Littman, telephoned me, so she was the actual, she was also on call to be the responding detective for the homicide, suspected homicide. But she was also at the time the on-call Amber Alert coordinator for that, so she asked my assistance in taking that piece from her so she could focus on the initial investigation.
What information did you receive about this situation happening in Berlin?
So I was informed that the Berlin Police Department had received some information of that there might have been a shooting victim in their city. They responded, found a deceased female alone in a residence. I was informed that the 2 children and a boyfriend were not accounted for, and the boyfriend's vehicle was unaccounted for.
Were you told the name of the boyfriend?
Yes.
What was the name?
Dustin Duren.
Did you receive any information about the vehicle associated with Dustin Duren?
I did.
What information was that?
I received the plate number and the make and model of the vehicle.
What were those?
It was I believe a 2017 Subaru Impreza, color white. It had New Hampshire veteran plates, V as in Victor 69023.
After receiving that information about the situation and about the defendant, Mr. Duren and his vehicle, did you also receive some information relating to the 2 children, including their names?
Yes, I did.
Were those Eloin and Valen?
Correct.
After receiving all that information, did you authorize the Amber Alert?
I did.
And about what time did you authorize that Amber
It was broadcasted, I believe, at 3:46 a.m.
Was that 3:46 a.m. on March 1st, 2024?
Yes,
Did that Amber Alert go out via text message as well as those other means that you've mentioned?
I believe so, yes.
And what did that Amber Alert contain? What information?
So it had the Mr. Duren's information, his vehicle information. It had the information of the two children, their ages. We had photographs of Mr. Duren, the two children that were attached with that as well.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Okay. Can Detective Sergeant Rowe be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Caytlyn Campbell. You can walk right over to this witness stand here. Please be careful of all the wires. You step around to the back and just remain standing by that chair, okay? Absolutely. Ms. Campbell, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear today that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth under pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Campbell, you're all situated. There's some water there and a pitcher next to you if you do decide that you need some, okay?
Okay.
If you can just make sure, I'm gonna do the same, that that microphone is a little bit closer to you so that it can be picked up. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, Ms. Campbell, could you please state your name for the record? I know I've said it, but we need to have you go ahead and say it. And if you could spell your last name?
Carolyn Campbell, Campbell.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
In what capacity are you employed?
I work at a fire department as an administrative assistant.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to a specific date and time. So I want to ask you, on March the 1st of 2024, so last year, March, on that date, did you become aware of an Amber Alert?
Yes, I got woken up to it in the morning.
How'd you get woken up?
My phone just started making noises I have never heard, and I saw it. I did go back to sleep for a little bit.
Okay. Did you have plans for March the 1st of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was going to meet my daughter down in Keene to take a trip up to Vermont to a previous job of hers to drop stuff off.
Okay. Now, you, at the time, were you living near Keene?
About 50 minutes away.
Okay. So at some point that morning, you left your home and you traveled to see your daughter? And
Yes.
was she living in Keene?
Yes.
Okay. And it's going to sound like a really silly question, but you drove yourself from your home to your daughter's home?
Correct.
Okay. Once you got to your daughter's house, can you tell us what happened?
Well, actually, all the ways there first, I was looking for a vehicle that they had announced on the Amber Alert. So all the ways there, I was looking. And when I got to her house, that was the first thing she said to me, "Did you get an Amber Alert?" And I said, "I did."
What vehicle did you spend that 50-minute drive from your home to her home looking for?
It was a white vehicle with a license plate of V as in Victor, 69023.
Okay, that's a license plate you remember to this day.
To this day.
How is it that you remember that number?
I was a dispatcher for the sheriff's department out in Las Vegas.
Okay, so the number stuck with you.
Yeah, because I looked for, I couldn't tell a Subaru from a GMC, but I can tell you a license plate. And all the ways there, I looked for that license plate.
Anything specific about that license plate besides the number that stood out to you?
The V for Victor, which is a veteran's plate, so I remembered it was a veteran's plate.
So while you were driving from your home to your daughter's home in Keene, did you see that vehicle at all?
No, I did not.
Once you arrived at your daughter's home and that was, you had this conversation with her about, did you get the Amber Alert too? What, if anything, did the two of you do?
We got in her car to leave to go to Vermont.
And who was driving?
She was driving.
Okay. And do you remember, I don't know if you know the roads or the streets that you took, but do you remember how it is that you started to head to Vermont?
I really don't know the streets.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not a problem at all. Your daughter was driving.
Correct.
Where were you seated in the car?
I was in the front passenger seat.
Okay. Now, did there come a time while you were driving and you were headed to what town in Vermont?
Brattleboro. She had just left a nursing home job, and she wanted to bring some stuff to people that were still there, blankets and stuff and candy.
So that morning, while you and your daughter are heading from Keene to Brattleboro, Vermont, did something unusual happen?
Yes, we actually had, the way I know, we were heading there, and we got to Chesterfield, and there's like I call them circles, rotary, and we went around the rotary, and as we went around the rotary, we were discussing the car and the license plate, and we proceeded up a hill. And when we're going up the hill, my daughter says, "Here comes a white Subaru." And I'm like, "How do you know?" You know, it's a Subaru. It's all her husband drives, it's Subarus. And she goes, "Ooh, 6'9". Oh, no, there's a V. And I said, "No, it's V. It's for veteran, Victor, 69023. I said, "That's it. That's the car." And I told her to turn around real quick.
Okay, so you're heading from Keene towards Vermont.
Towards
the
Vermont.
Vermont border, or at Chesterfield is where you
Correct.
said you were. Okay,
Correct.
Were you already in Vermont at that point, or still? in
No, we were still in New Hampshire.
At that point, when your daughter said that she saw the car, did you see the car?
I did see the car. I saw a white car. I couldn't tell you what it was, but we were both like looking for the license plate, and that's where she and I, she's like, "Oh no, there's a V." I said, "Yes, veteran V."
And that vehicle, which direction was that coming from? Was it traveling in the same direction as you, or from a different one?
No, it was headed towards Keene,
Okay.
and we turned around on the very next road to follow it.
Tell us about that. What happened when you tried to turn around and follow that car?
Well, she turned around, and we were at the end of a road waiting to turn out there. And there were cars coming down, and there were two vehicles in back of the white car, and a big old truck was coming, and she's like, "There's a truck coming." I said, "I don't care. Step on it. Go. It's fast. Go." And we did. We followed. We were 2 car lengths behind. Actually, we were the third. I'm sorry. But when we got to the circle and headed out, there were 2 lanes, so she got in the left lane so she could get in back of him, and she pulled back over into the right-hand lane. And I had called 911 just as we had turned and were heading down the hill.
Okay, so at the time that you were getting ready to pull out in front of that truck, you were already calling 911.
Correct.
On the phone with them.
Correct, I was.
And you and your daughter driving, so when I say you, I don't imply that you're driving, but
Right.
your vehicle was following this white car from a couple of lengths behind.
Correct.
Okay, at that point, when you were 3 cars, or the third car back, could you read the license plate to confirm it?
No, I couldn't. The dispatcher was asking me, "Can you see the license plate?" And I said, "No, not right now. We're getting as close as we can." And then finally we gotten back, and I was able to tell the license plate number. And a matter of fact, I even told them, they asked me if I was sure or something to that effect. And I said, "Well, I can tell you it's registered for the month of March. It has a number 3 sticker on it." And that's when they confirmed it.
Now, while you were behind that vehicle, once you got right behind him at the vehicle at the traffic circle,
Yeah.
could you tell anything about who was inside of that car?
I could see a gentleman driving, and he had a baseball cap on. I didn't see anything else other than that, and he was looking in the mirror, so I kind of put my phone down on my lap and put it on speaker because I didn't want him to know I was on the phone.
Okay, you could tell that the person was looking in their rear view mirror.
Yeah, they were looking rear view and side mirror.
Now, can you describe for us, like you're on the phone with 911, what are you telling 911 as you're behind this vehicle?
Just, they kept asking me where we were at, and I was giving them the best directions I could because I don't know the town of Keene, so my daughter was yelling things at me, "We're here, we're here." And then I knew we get up to the lights where the state police barracks were, so I told them we were at the state police barracks. And then we get to the next light, and I told them we were proceeding towards the next circle, oval, rotary.
Okay, rotary, traffic circle.
Yeah,
Those devices that don't necessarily work to control traffic.
correct.
Okay. Now, as you were driving, you just indicated the white Subaru drove right past the state police barracks?
Yes, it drove to the entrance of the state police barracks.
Okay. Did there come a time that while you were following that vehicle, and you said, first of all, you dropped your phone down into your lap?
Yes, because I told the dispatcher, I said, I think he sees me on the phone, I'm afraid he,
Okay, members of the jury, there's an objection relative to hearsay, which I'm sustaining, and I'm instructing you to just disregard the last component of the witness's testimony relative to a hearsay statement.
So, Ms. Campbell, as you're testifying here today, right, we understand that you know what you told people, okay? But there is essentially a request that you not say what you told the dispatcher, just what you observed, okay?
so I observed, got you, okay?
Gotcha.
So,
So what you observed and what you were doing at the time that you were observing things, okay?
okay,
And though we understand that you were, is it fair to say that while all of these things were occurring, whatever you saw, whatever was happening, you were relaying that information to the 911 operator?
correct,
Okay. And you were doing that so that they would know where you were, what was happening, and your concerns about what you were doing, which was following a vehicle that was subject to an Amber Alert?
correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Campbell, was there a time while you were following that vehicle that it came to a stop?
Inside the convenient MD, it came to a stop.
Okay, can you describe for us how that happened?
Like how we got there?
Yeah, how'd you get there?
We went down, I don't
It's
know
okay
the
if you don't
direction.
know street names,
Yeah,
but
we went around the first rotary and I explained that which direction we were headed towards McDonald's. And then there was another rotary and another rotary. And when we got to the last one, we went around it and the blinker was on to turn into
The
McDonald's.
blinker was on the Subaru that you were
On the
following?
Subaru.
Okay.
So, we were ready to turn into McDonald's, and at that point, my daughter said, "Here comes a police officer," and they were coming in the same.
Did you see a police officer come?
Yes, there were police officers
Again,
coming
you
from
can't
every
testify-
direction.
Right, you've got to be careful about what you saw versus what other people saw or said.
Okay.
Okay, so did you see a police officer coming from the other direction?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then, so the the blinker directional was on the Subaru, like they were gonna turn to McDonald's?
McDonald's,
Okay,
but,
And then a police officer came and towards you.
correct.
So what happened with respect to the white Subaru? Did they turn into McDonald's?
No, they kept going, and they turned into the convenient MD.
Okay.
And when they turned in, it heads down towards an Applebee's, and the car stopped right there.
Right there being where? At the
At-
convenient MD or at the Applebee's?
It's at the end of the convenient MD parking lot going into Applebee's, and they stayed there. So we stopped, and I saw the gentleman looking in the mirror, and I told my daughter, I said, if this person gets out,
It's okay, what were you, so you had some concerns because you saw the person looking in the mirror?
correct,
Okay.
and
So
the
once you-
Amber Alert said, oh gosh,
Approach, please.
sorry.
Hearsay objection sustained, but subject to rephrasing.
Ms. Campbell, after the car came to a stop, this white Subaru came to a stop at the Applebee's or in the entrance to the Applebee's, you and your daughter inside of your vehicle stopped. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay, where did you stop?
probably about 10 or 15 feet behind the car.
Okay. And while you were stopped, you've testified that you observed the person looking in their mirrors.
Correct.
Okay. You waited inside of your vehicle at that point?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
While you were there waiting inside of your vehicle, did officers arrive on the scene?
No, because the car ended up pulling forward into Applebee's in parking.
Okay.
And-
Once that occurred, what happened with your car?
We proceeded into Applebee's parking lot as well and parked on the opposite side, kind of diagonal from that
Where you
vehicle.
could watch the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And your purpose for doing that, is it fair to say, is to make sure that if it left again, you were gonna follow it again? Okay.
Correct.
Did the vehicle leave again?
No, it stayed in the parking spot.
And did officers arrive at that time?
A lot of officers arrived at that time, and we were basically blocked in.
All right, and so you were there the entire time that officers were on scene at the Applebee's?
Correct.
Okay. Court's indulgence?
Certainly.
Permission to approach. Ms. Campbell, I'm going to show you what is marked as identification. As State's Exhibit 19A, I almost asked to borrow your glasses. As State's Exhibit 19A for this case, can you take a look at that for me?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
absolutely.
Okay, I know you haven't been shown this photo before, is that fair to say?
No, never.
Okay, but what is depicted in this photograph?
The license plate that was on the Amber Alert and the white Subaru.
Is that the vehicle that you and your daughter followed that day?
Yes, and there's the number 3.
Oh, and you're pointing something out to me. So you're indicating the license plate number matches the number you've told us.
Right, and number 3 is the month that it was registered in.
Okay, so you can see the registration sticker on there as well that
Yes.
matches your recollection.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Campbell. I just have a few questions for you.
Okay.
You testified that you received the Amber Alert from your phone in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I don't know what time it went off.
Yeah, but it woke you up.
Correct.
Okay, and then you went back to sleep for a little bit. And you live in Bennington, New Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And you had to drive later on that morning to meet your daughter in Keene, correct?
I had to meet her for 9 a.m.
Okay. And when you when you woke up, you remembered about this Amber Alert and it was on your mind, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you were aware of the license plate number they were looking for
Correct.
in a white sedan,
White, yes, Subaru, I think they said, or,
white car, yeah. So when you're driving from Bennington to Keene, are you you're headed west, right? West toward the Vermont
yes,
border? Okay. And when you are headed, you get to your daughter's who lives in Keene?
correct.
Okay. You switch cars?
Yes, we
Okay.
switched cars.
So she's driving her car, you're a passenger.
Correct,
And you two head toward Brattleboro, Vermont, right?
correct.
Which is continuing west away from Keene toward the state of Vermont, correct?
If you say it's west, sure.
Let me show you a map that might help. Defendants, A2 for ID. Can you recognize what that is?
Yeah, that's the Applebee's there. We came from, how do you tell? I think the road we came from was actually down here.
Fair enough, but can you see Brattleboro, Vermont, or the border at least for Vermont, New Hampshire in that map?
Where's Brattleboro? Oh, over here, correct, yes.
Okay. And so you were driving from Keene away from Concord, right? Away from Concord toward Vermont.
Away from Keene towards Vermont,
Right.
yes.
Concord
That, to me, that
east.
would be north. I'm kind of confused.
You were headed toward Vermont.
Correct.
From Keene with your daughter driving.
Correct.
Okay. And the white car with the veteran plate that you observed was headed from Vermont into Keene, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know where it had been, but it was driving in the direction of Keene from Vermont, from the border of Vermont.
Correct.
Okay. And when you observed this car traveling, you started to follow it, right? Your daughter did.
Yes, we turned around.
And you observed that it was driving with the flow of traffic, right?
Correct.
Okay, normal speed.
Correct.
Nothing erratic or concerning.
No,
And you went through some rotaries, roundabouts, traffic circles, and at one point, the driver put his blinker on to turn into McDonald's, right?
That's where I thought he was turning into. That's where the blinker came on, was just before McDonald's.
And McDonald's is just a few, I don't know, a mile or so up from Applebee's?
Oh, not even a mile.
Not even a mile, okay.
Couple buildings.
Couple buildings, okay, thank you. So, but it didn't turn into McDonald's, it kept going. And you said it went to the MD convenience, correct?
Yes.
Or convenience
Convenient
MD.
MD, yes.
Which is sharing a parking plaza with Applebee's?
No, it's not sharing one. It has its own parking lot, but you can get from that parking lot to
Okay,
Applebee's.
thank you. So, it's the car you observed stopped in the parking lot for Convenient MD
Yes.
for like, what, less than a minute?
I'd say about a minute.
Okay. And you were just sort of, you and your daughter lingering behind in your own car?
Yes.
With 911 the whole time?
I was on with 911 the whole time until the police showed up.
And then after a minute, it drove down into Applebee's parking lot, you said?
Correct, to the left.
To the left and parked in a parking spot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you went also into the Applebee's parking lot?
But to the right
To
and
the right.
parked.
Parked, observed the scene.
Correct.
And then how long after that did the police show up and block you in?
They were there within seconds.
Okay.
I mean, I think, oh, never mind.
Okay. So, and then there was a lot of police activity, right?
A lot.
Yeah. And the driver of that white vehicle did not try to flee, correct?
No, he did not.
Just see if I can update it. I don't have anything further, thank you.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
No redirect? Okay. Can Ms. Campbell be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Whichever is more convenient. Not,
Appreciate it, Your Honor.
not now, but either before or after, depending upon the circumstances at the time, just so that we have a ability to plan and understand what the next steps will be, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All All right, we'll be back at 11:20. Thank you.
All right.
You see it?
This name calls Joel Velez. Sir, could you remain standing and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Sir, could you please tell us your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Joel Velez, V-E-L-E-Z.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Keene Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
just under 6 years.
Did you attend and graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year?
2020.
What's your current role or rank with the Keene Police?
Patrol Division.
And just generally, what does that mean for you as a patrolman? What are your duties?
Respond to calls for service, protect life and property.
Officer Velez, on March 1st of 2024, were you scheduled to be on duty that day?
I was.
What shift were you working that day?
Day shift, 06:45 to 16:45.
So 6:45 in the morning to 4:45 in the afternoon?
That is correct, sir.
Before your shift, were you woken up by something in the morning?
I was.
What woke you up?
An Amber Alert that had gone statewide, I believe.
When you responded to, or when you went to the police station for work that day, did you receive some further information related to that Amber Alert?
We did. The whole shift did.
What information did you receive?
That the previous Amber Alert that had gone out had last pinged in Concord. The driver, registered owner of the car, Dustin Duren, was identified to us. Was believed to be driving a white Subaru Impreza, New Hampshire veteran registration, V69023. Was in the company of his 2 young children and was believed to be armed with at least 1 handgun.
Did the Keene Police subsequently receive some additional information related to that vehicle?
We did.
And what information was that?
At about 10 a.m., our dispatch fielded a call that someone believed they were traveling behind the car from the Amber Alert.
As a result of that call coming into dispatch, what did you do?
I immediately left the station.
Where did you go?
I was tasked by my sergeant to travel westbound on Route 101 towards Winchester Street.
And what was your purpose in traveling in that direction?
To intercept the vehicle.
That day, what were you wearing in terms of a uniform?
I was wearing a fully marked Keene Police Patrol uniform.
With a badge clearly visible?
Yes.
And what kind of car were you driving that day?
A fully marked Keene Police Patrol vehicle.
Did you get into your cruiser, your patrol vehicle, and start driving in that direction?
I did. I responded with a code 3, lights and sirens.
So lights and sirens activated. Was it just you in the car, or were there any other officers there?
I was the only one in that car.
Officer, I'm handing you what's marked for ID as states Exhibit 14. Can you take a look at this?
It's a map of Keene.
What section of Keene does this show?
So it shows Route 101, which runs east and west, Route 10, north and south, as well as the Winchester Street Key Road Rotary.
And there are a couple of notations here. There's a notation for an Applebee's and for a convenient MD. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Are those accurate with regard to where those businesses are in Keene?
Yes, they are.
And is this picture a fair and accurate representation of this section of the city of Keene, New Hampshire?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID and introduce Exhibit 14.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 14, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
should see it on the screen there. I'm going to ask you to actually come down and step down from the witness stand,
Sure.
if you would. We have the map a little bit bigger here for the jury. If you could just stand up there, and we're going to be waiting for the microphone coming to record your testimony. If you stand off to the side so the jury can see. And please just make sure you speak into the microphone. Officer, what do you see here?
It's a map of Keene.
Okay, what part of Keene?
Route 101 runs east and west. Route 10, north and south.
Where's the police station in relation to what you see here?
It's a bit further eastbound, up Route 101 here.
And you see, can you point out for the jury the convenient MD and the Applebee's? And can you point out for them the parking lot situation with those two areas? And are they connected at all?
They are. You can access here off of Winchester Street. You can access here off of Winchester Street. And then it's a shared parking lot for both. This little slip lane here will get you from convenient MD to Applebee's.
So, officer, there are a couple of rotaries or traffic circles on this map, just for the record, and ask you about the larger one towards the bottom of the picture. What roads feed into that rotary?
The larger one here, Winchester Street, Route 101, east and west, and Route 10, south.
So it's fair to say that the road going south out of that traffic circle is Route 10, but the road going north is Winchester Street?
That's correct.
And is it 101 east and west on both sides?
That's correct.
If you were to travel west on Route 101, would that take you in the direction of Vermont?
It would.
And then, as you said, if you travel east on 101, that's further into the city of Keene towards the police department?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about this. Is there a McDonald's somewhere
Yes, there is.
in the area? Can you point out where it is?
Sure. It's just north of the Key Road, Winchester Street Rotary, situated about here.
You mentioned Key Road. Could you point that out with your finger for the jury?
Yep. This is Key Road, and it runs back into a shopping plaza.
So, officer, if there were a car traveling north from that larger traffic circle on Winchester Street towards the second traffic circle, the smaller one, could that car turn left into the convenient MD or Applebee's parking lot?
No.
Why not?
The median here separates the north and southbound travel. They would have to navigate the rotary and come back around.
So a car that was coming north out of the traffic circle of 101 and 10 would need to go up and around the second traffic circle to get back down to the Applebee's parking lot?
That's correct.
And then just to be clear, convenient MD and Applebee's both have parking lots, but it is possible to drive from one to the other without obstruction?
That is correct.
You can safely return back to the stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, officer, you told us that you were at the police station, then you began driving. What route did you take to get to, well, I'll ask you this. Did you go to this area that we see on the map?
I did.
And did you go there directly?
I did.
What road did you take to get there?
Route 101 westbound.
Okay. So, as you traveled on Route 101 westbound, did you eventually get to the area of the traffic circle with 101 and 10?
Yes.
And as you were driving, did you receive further information from dispatch about the location of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did that information tell you?
The initial reporting party had watched the car exit and begin northbound travel on Winchester Street towards the McDonald's.
And so when you received that update, was that while you were already in your cruiser
Yes, it was.
and you were en route, so to speak?
I was.
About how long did it take you to get from the police station to the area that we see here?
It couldn't have been more than, it was under a minute.
Could you tell us what happened when you got to this area, what did you see or do?
So as I approached the rotary in the slip lane for Winchester Street, and we got that information, I saw what looked to be a white Subaru Impreza begin traveling northbound. So rather than continue westbound, I started traveling northbound on Winchester Street as well.
You mentioned you saw a white vehicle, and at that point, did you know if it was the particular vehicle you were looking for?
I did not know at that time.
Where was this white vehicle that you saw? What direction was it traveling?
Northbound on Winchester Street toward the second rotary, Key Road, McDonald's.
Could you tell if it was coming from the eastbound, or was it traveling, or was it coming towards you from the west, or was it traveling in the same direction as you when it went north?
No, it was traveling from the west.
Okay, so coming in the opposite direction.
That's correct.
So you saw a white vehicle, what did you do next?
As I continued driving northbound, I maintained a visual on the vehicle. I watched it navigate the rotary. I sped up, accelerated, I navigated the rotary, and was able to get behind it, just maybe a couple cars lengths.
When you say you saw it navigate the rotary, which rotary are you referring to?
Winchester Street, Key Road.
Okay. So you've told us that you're not behind that vehicle. What happened next?
I could see the taillights as well as the rear license plate affixed to the car.
And did that, what was the license plate that you saw?
It's New Hampshire Veteran V69023.
What did you do next?
I followed it, preparing to make a motor vehicle stop, but it turned into the convenient MD Applebee's parking area.
Did you follow it?
I did.
What did that car do once it turned off the road into the parking lot area?
It came to a stop in one of the designated parking spaces.
What did you do?
I told dispatch where we were, and I read the license plate twice, I believe, and dispatch confirmed that that was the vehicle from the Amber Alert.
Why did you do that?
One, to confirm who I was likely going to take my gun out and point it at. And I had written it on my hand in the morning in roll call, but I had sweated it off.
So you wanted to confirm that
Yes.
that was the right one? After you received that confirmation, what did you do?
Exited my cruiser as quickly as I could and raised my gun until it was level with the driver's side window.
Officer Buzz, why did you take your gun out when you got out of your car?
The information that we received was that the driver, owner, operator, Dustin Duren, was believed to be armed with at least one handgun, and that he may have been involved in a shooting that morning.
So was that for your safety?
And anyone that was around, it's a fairly busy shopping plaza.
When you took your gun out and stepped out of your car, what was that vehicle doing?
It was parked.
Could you see anyone in the vehicle?
I could see the driver at the time clearly.
What happened next?
I began to give commands. I yelled out to the driver, hands, let me see your hands. Couldn't have been more than a couple of moments later, I was joined by some other officers.
So I want to set the scene. You are standing next to your cruiser? Is that it?
I was.
And you had the door open?
I did.
Were you standing behind the door?
I was.
Why were you doing that?
To just give myself some sort of cover in case the suspect or the driver engaged me in a gunfight.
About how far away were you from that white vehicle?
I would say 2 car lengths.
Any obstructions between you and that car?
None.
When you began giving commands, what did the person in the car do?
He was compliant. He put his hands on the steering wheel so I could see both of them. And that was the last command I gave. They were taken over by another officer.
So other officers joined you?
Yes.
What were their names?
Officer Kyle Nacy, Officer Nicholas Panel, and Sergeant Mark Cotton.
Did one of those officers take over giving commands to the individual in the car?
Yes, Officer Macy.
Did the individual in the car comply with those commands?
He did.
What did the individual in the car do as a result of those commands?
He exited the car, remained compliant. He walked backwards towards the sounds of our voices. He was placed up, he was put onto his knees and then taken into custody, secured into handcuffs.
From the time that that person came out of the car and the time that he was placed into handcuffs, did he say anything?
He did.
What did he say?
Initially, he said, "My kids are in the car," something to that effect.
Did he say anything else?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, "There's a pistol in the door."
Did you get close enough to that individual to observe him?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the person who came out of that car, who was driving that white car here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point him out and identify him by describing an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Sure. That would be the gentleman seated here with the glasses on.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
So, to be clear, the defendant is the person who was taken out of that car and arrested.
Yes, he is.
After the defendant was taken out of that car and placed under arrest, did you have any further interaction with him?
I did.
What did you do?
I ultimately served as a transport car to bring him to the state police barracks.
Before that, after he came out of the car and when he was placed into handcuffs, what did you do?
I approached the car. I was instructed by my sergeant to collect the two young children that were in the back seat with Officer Panel.
At what point did you notice that there were children in the back seat?
Prior to the defendant being secured into handcuffs, one of the, I believe it was the infant, poked her head up.
Did you approach the car?
I did.
And which door did you go to?
The driver's side rear.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you see?
The infant was in the back, and she was just kind of lying in the car seat. She wasn't strapped in or anything like that. She was wearing a diaper. It was overflowing with feces, and her the older sibling.
Your Honor, can you approach?
Officer, you mentioned you saw an infant. Was there a second child?
Yes, there was.
And what was her condition when you saw her?
She was lying across the passenger side of the back seat, not buckled in. She looked terrified.
Officer, what did you do when you approached that car?
I opened the door. I asked Officer Panel to hand me a red flannel shirt so that I could wrap the infant up, and I took her to my cruiser, and I held her until EMS collected her from me.
I'm sorry, I think there's noise. You held there until...
EMS collected her from me.
Okay. Officer Felez, on the day that we're talking about, during the events that we discussed, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What is a body-worn camera?
Its purpose is to capture any incident that we respond to as patrol officers during the course of our shift.
Is it standard for you to wear that when you're on patrol?
It's policy.
Where is the body camera located on your person?
Essentially in the center of our uniform shirt.
So you're indicating in your hands kind of the center of your chest.
That's correct.
And when does that body camera turn on?
There's a couple different ways to activate it. We wear looks like a watch. It's a remote. We can activate it. Any rapid movement running will activate it. Our emergency blue lights will activate it.
Referring to March 1st of 2024, you said you were wearing a body camera.
I was.
Did that body camera activate at some point?
It did.
Why did it activate?
I started running out the door when dispatch advised of the caller behind the car.
And just one, I'm gonna back up real quick. You mentioned that you wrapped that infant in a red flannel shirt. Where did that red flannel shirt come from?
It was in the car.
Officer Velez, I'm showing you what's marked for ID. It states Exhibit 15. You
Yes.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is a recording captured on my body-worn camera.
So it's a CD, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed the contents of this CD?
I have.
What is on this CD?
My body camera footage from the day in question.
Okay. And is this, strike that. Your Honor, at this point, we've moved to introduce as a full exhibit, states 15?
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 15, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Now, officer, your body cam ran for quite some time this day, correct?
It did.
And that only captures a portion of the day that you were active, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that this video on that CD ends right as you collect that infant from that car?
It does.
And before we play it, Officer Velez, does the body cam that you wear record volume?
It does after 30 seconds passes.
So when we start this video, will we hear audio right away?
No.
Why not?
You have to wait for the 30-second mark to elapse.
Okay, so the audio will come in after about 30 seconds?
Yes, it will.
Before we start it, officer, when this video begins, where are you?
In my sergeant's office.
Okay, and is that at the Keene Police Station?
Yes, it is.
And then, just very briefly, when it starts, do you begin moving towards your cruiser?
I do.
And do you make a comment with a profanity in it?
I do.
And what is that comment?
I spilled my hot coffee on my hand, so it's something to the effect of, fuck, that's hot.
Okay. For the record, we're now playing State's Exhibit 15. Oh, I screwed up, but I was just gonna pause it there briefly. Officer, you saw a couple of other officers that quickly began running. What happened there?
Dispatch had just told us that the caller was on the line behind the car.
I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. Officer Velez, you mentioned that you kept or held on to that infant until she was taken by EMS.
That's correct.
Was the other child also eventually given to EMS?
She was.
I have no more questions.
Just a couple, Officer Velez. When you pulled into the Applebee's, were you the first officer at scene?
I was.
Okay. And you confirmed that you were dealing with the correct subject of the Amber Alert, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, when you pulled in, you could just see the driver in the car?
Correct.
You didn't see any kids at that point when you just pulled in?
That's correct. It's fair to say, yes.
And you started yelling commands, and you told us on direct, and we saw in the video that the drivers complied.
That's correct.
Okay. And when the driver opened up the door, he did yell, "Kids in the car," correct?
When the driver did?
Yes.
Yes, he said something to that effect.
Okay. And then he also told you that there was a gun in the car as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually said it's on the driver's side door.
He did.
Okay. And then we heard you on the body cam yelling, "Pay attention to us." Was that because the driver was looking back to the back seat?
So that was Officer Macy.
Oh, okay, thank
That's
you.
his voice.
Did you observe, though, the driver looking in the back at that point?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Okay. Was that your voice when you said "kids in the car"?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when the infant popped her head up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can Officer Velez step down?
Thank you.
May he be excused?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, members of the jury, we'll stop there for the lunch break for the day. We'll stop there and return at, try to reconvene at 1 o'clock. Again, as I said yesterday, if you do happen to run into anyone, please don't take offense if nobody speaks to you, and I instruct you to not speak to them as well. And again, please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else for that matter, and don't conduct any research or transmit anything about what you've seen or heard as part of the trial. Okay, we'll try to reconvene again at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Now, later, approach, bench, chambers, what would you like to do?
Whatever the court would like.
Why don't we deal up here, please? Thank you.
Honorable Jonathan S. Rizal presiding.
Thank you.
Remain standing for the honorable jury.
Hey, good afternoon, thank you, please be seated. Ready?
Your Honor, at this time, the state will be calling Dr. Natalie Robertson. Dr. Nat Robertson, if you could remain standing and just raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth under penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You may lower your hand and be seated. Dr. Robertson, before we get started, could you go ahead and please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Natalie Robertson, Robertson.
You're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the education or the training that you have in order to become a doctor?
Yes. I have a Bachelor's of Science from Boston University. I have
And
my.
I interrupt you very
Yeah.
quickly. Can you move that
Oh,
microphone
yeah.
a little bit closer? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Bachelor of Science from Boston University in Health Sciences, a medical doctorate from Drexel University, and I completed a residency in emergency medicine at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center.
And with respect to, or when did you graduate from Drexel with your MD?
2021.
Okay. And at what point did you complete your residency?
It was a 3-year residency, so
So
2024.
2024?
Yes,
And are you board certified?
I am.
And when did you receive your board certification?
I finished my last exam in March of this year. It took a couple months then, so.
Okay. And you currently are board certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you had or were a resident with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to us what a residency is?
Residency is the part of your medical training that you complete after you graduate medical school. So you have a medical doctorate, then you do residency in whatever specialty you are going to become a doctor in or specialize in. So mine was emergency medicine. That was a 3-year process at Dartmouth. There's some varying lengths. And during that time, you are licensed under a training or restricted license saying that you are practicing medicine within a residency program. You care for patients. There's a somewhat of graduated responsibility. So by the end of the residency program, you have more responsibility than the beginning.
Okay. And when you were serving as a resident at Dartmouth Hitchcock, from what I understand from your testimony, you were serving in the emergency department?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were serving as a resident with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, where were you based out of? Like what hospitals?
Our main hospital was at the main Dartmouth Hitchcock in Lebanon. We also did rotations at Cheshire Medical Center, at the Elliott Hospital in Manchester, as well as shock trauma in Baltimore.
Okay. And when you say we, in terms of Cheshire Medical Center, did you serve any portion of your residency at Cheshire Medical Center?
Yes, we complete 2 months at Cheshire Medical Center, 1 month during our 2nd year of residency and 1 month during our 3rd year of residency.
Okay. And I'd like to ask you, and my math skills are horrible, so let me go with your recollection. With respect to the residency that you were doing in March of 2024, were you stationed at Cheshire Medical Center?
Yes.
And would that have been your month in your 3rd year of residency?
Yes, that was my 3rd year.
Okay. Are you currently employed as a medical doctor?
I am currently on maternity leave, but I am employed as a medical doctor, yes.
Okay, and you're employed where?
At Lawrence General Hospital in Lawrence, Massachusetts.
So in March of 2024, you are a resident at the Cheshire Medical Center, and that's located where?
Keene, New Hampshire.
And at that time, you're working in the emergency department?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to March the 1st of 2024. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
And I guess let me back up a little bit. The emergency department at Cheshire Hospital, can you talk to us a little bit about what that looks like?
It is a pretty standard, smaller community emergency department. There were generally 2 to 3 either physicians or APPs on at a time. It's a circular department, so there's patient care rooms around kind of a center area where there's supplies, as well as 2 areas for physicians and nurses.
And as a resident there at Cheshire Medical Center, what were the responsibilities that you had? You indicated you would be licensed under a conditional license. What kinds of things did you do as a resident at Cheshire Medical?
Yeah. So as a third-year resident at Cheshire, I would generally see patients, or I would see patients on my own. Initiate.
I'm sorry, did you say you would or would not?
Would. Initiate their care and workup, and then at some point present them to an attending physician. Again, there's some caveat there. If someone came in who was very, very ill, often then an attending would walk in the room with me. But most of the time, as a resident at that point in your training, you are treating and seeing patients independently, and then at some point the attending signs off on your care.
Okay. I mean, you're just months shy of graduating the program, so you're
Correct.
functioning pretty much on your own with backup from a resident, or not a resident, I apologize, an attending.
Attending, yeah.
Okay. So as a resident or as a doctor at Cheshire Medical Center, how would you normally be dressed? What would you look like?
They had hospital issued scrubs at Cheshire, so we had navy blue scrubs. I wore my badge with my picture on it, usually a stethoscope, and then some papers in my pocket. I don't generally wear a white coat.
Now, in your capacity as, well, you've already indicated that you were able to see patients. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Did that include patients who were pediatric patients, like children?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking generally, when you're seeing a patient, any patient in the emergency department, whether as a resident or now as a doctor, what kind of steps do you take when you treat and evaluate them?
It depends a bit on the condition of the patient when they arrive, but assuming that they are a stable patient who's talking to me, we walk in the room. Sometimes the nurse, or if they're brought in by EMS, someone will give me some information before I walk in the room about why they're there. Sometimes I don't have that information. I walk in, I ask them why they're there. I check their vital signs. I do an appropriate physical exam, and then initiate a workup, whether that's blood work or imaging or other things to make my diagnosis or to treat them.
What's the purpose of getting information from the nurses or the people accompanying the patient, as well as the patient, before you just launch into your physical exam?
I mean, those people generally have other helpful information, not always. If there's a 40-year-old who walks in and has a stomach pain, they can probably tell me everything about their stomach pain. If someone is coming in by ambulance, they can provide me, EMS can provide me with vital signs that were taken in transport, or if they did any interventions already. If they're picking someone up from an accident, they can tell me details of the accident. They just provide a more holistic story of why they're there.
And is all of that information that you would receive, whether from those sources like EMS or nurses or accompanying persons, as well as from the patient, including that child, are those all things that you take into account when you are evaluating and examining that patient?
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about information just in general, what are the kinds of pieces of information that you're trying to obtain about the patient in that initial evaluation stage?
You mean when I'm initially looking at a patient?
Yeah, when you walk in, you ask them what's going on. What
yeah.
kind of information you're trying to get, and how does that help you?
I'm trying to gather why they're there, why they're seeking care, and that directs me in what to examine and what tests to order. I'm trying to get information about their general health, their medical history, things like that, because again, that helps guide me towards what kind of workup they might need.
Okay, when you say workup, what kind of tests you might order, what you might look for
Correct.
on your body?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of, and have you, or let me back up, because there's multiple parts and I'm trying to ask it at one.
Yeah.
While you were at Cheshire Medical Center, did you have occasion to treat pediatric patients like that 4-year-old you used as an example who had a stomach ache?
Yes, yeah. I see pediatric patients everywhere I am.
And do you see pediatric patients in your role as a doctor now?
Yes.
Okay. Is the approach that you use in evaluating and treating a pediatric patient, so a child, the same as the approach that you use when you treat an adult?
It depends on the age of the child. Obviously, you know, an 18, 17-year-old is very close to an adult. A 3-year-old is not. But no, it has to be different depending on the age of the person.
So, when you treat a pediatric patient, and when you say pediatric, is it anybody under the age of 18?
Yeah, I think, I'm not a
Is that a
pediatrician.
Yeah.
I believe pediatricians are certified to take care of people up to the age of like 22 or 23, I'm not sure. I generally, colloquially, pediatrics is under 18.
Okay, I just wanted to understand a range of what
Yeah.
what age we're talking about. So when you treat a patient who is a child, and I'm not talking about those 18-year-olds, but somebody younger, under the age of like, say, 7, around the age of like 5, let's say. That seems like a child, right?
Yeah.
Are there any extra steps or considerations that you have to make in conducting that examination or evaluation?
So in a kid that age, around the age of 5 or 5 and under, obviously a lot of information gathering is not only from the patient but from other people, because they are not always, you know, aware of their health history or have a, you know, complete understanding of things around them. Also, the examination and everything, when you're talking to a child, you have to use age-appropriate explanations of things. They're more likely to be very scared of the medical system, and so there's a lot more effort put into making them comfortable, and to gaining their trust is a little bit more difficult than with an adult.
Okay. No matter who you obtain that information from, the other people that you've talked about, whether it's caregivers or people with them, all of that information that you're gathering, are you using it in order to medically treat the child?
Yes.
Now, as part of your role in examinations, you get a history of the medical treatment for a person?
Yes.
And then do you obtain information about sort of the issue that has brought them to you?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of when you have a young child who's been brought to you and is being treated or evaluated in your emergency department, can you sort of walk us through what you would say and how you would handle talking to a young child in order to get the information you need to treat them?
Yeah. So someone who's around the age of 5, generally, again, I get some information about why a person is in the emergency department before I'm in their room. You know, a nurse has evaluated them, or they have come in by EMS. Somebody has some information for me. Then I walk in the room and I introduce myself as Dr. Natalie. I explain to them that I am a doctor that works here. I am here to help them. I'm going to do a checkup like they receive at their regular doctor. I tell them I'm going to listen to their heart and their lungs and check their ears and their eyes and their nose. I usually, you know, make some joke about how I'm not going to give them shots like their regular doctor. And then around a 5-year-old can usually talk to me. And so I ask them, you know, do you know why you're here, or what is bothering you? Some sort of open-ended question.
What's a wellness check?
A wellness check often means that a child is, you know, that's not, I don't know if that's an official term, but I generally use that term, and many doctors do, as like a child is brought to the emergency department and they don't have a specific injury or complaint. They weren't at home having an asthma attack. They weren't in a car accident. But they are there for some reason where we are being asked to generally look at them and see if they are injured in some way.
Did you have a specific shift that you tended to work at Cheshire as a resident that last semester? Short month?
Yeah, Cheshire, we did not work overnight, so we were either working a morning shift or an afternoon shift.
At some time on March the 1st of 2024, do you recall 2 young girls being brought into the emergency room of Cheshire Medical Center by ambulance and accompanied by police?
Yes.
Do you recall what purpose they were there for?
As I recall, they were brought in for essentially a wellness check to check for injuries.
Now, I want to focus specifically on the older of those 2 children. Did you physically examine a 4-year-old child named Caytlyn Duren?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes. Make sure I have that the right way. As State's Exhibit 16 in this case. Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person is in the image?
Yes, the
Who is
child you just mentioned, Caytlyn.
Okay, so that's the child, Caytlyn. Now, in this image, she's seated, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you describe where she is in relation to Chester Medical Center?
She is seated on a patient gurney. It looks like there's some blue kind of pads around it, which we sometimes use when children are seated so that they don't roll off of the gurney. And I can see in the corner, and do remember that she was in an enclosed room within the Cheshire Emergency Department.
And what does that mean to be in an enclosed room?
In the emergency room, sometimes people are in hallway beds or are different, trauma bays or things that just have curtains, and that is a room that has a door that closes.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? I'm sorry, motion, I skipped a step, I apologize. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to strike the identification of State's Exhibit 16 and admit the item as full. No.
The exhibit, the ID may be stricken from Exhibit 16. It shall be considered a full exhibit, and you may publish to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Certainly.
When you were evaluating Caytlyn Duren, was she able to provide you with any of her medical history that you recall?
I don't recall specifically if she could tell me her medical history.
Did she have a health issue that day that she asked you for help with?
She did. On initial questioning, she did not, and then told me that she had an earache, or her ear hurt.
What do you mean she initially told you she did?
Like I said, when I generally ask kids open-ended questions, is anything bothering you? She did not have any complaints.
And how did it come to be that she told you that she had an earache?
I asked if anything hurt on her body, and she pointed to her ear.
Okay. When she pointed to her ear, do you remember if she told you anything about why her ear was hurting?
I believe I asked her, but I don't remember the exact quote. It's in my documentation,
Okay.
if I can see that.
Dr. Robertson, I'm approaching you with State's Exhibit 17, which is identified only, okay? I do have... marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 17. And with respect to this document, you've indicated that there are some records that may help you with your recollection of your evaluation and thereby treatment of Caytlyn Duren. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are free to look through this entire document, and I would ask you to go ahead and make sure that these are the records that are associated with her. And I have a tag just so that I can find something easily. You can disregard that or not. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes.
What is it?
This is her, it looks like full ED record, including my physician note, but also nursing notes and consultant notes.
Okay. And when you say that you see your physician note, can you just tell us there's a page number at the bottom so that we all have it? What page number are you referencing has your physician notes?
It starts on page 22.
Oh, I'm going to ask you for a different number.
Oh, sorry.
Page 22 of the records in the bottom corner. We like to add more numbers.
Oh, 00.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so 002598.
2598. Thank you. Now, you had indicated that you had asked Caytlyn about anything that was wrong with her, and at first she had said no. Is that fair to say?
I don't remember the exact way that I phrased the first question, but looking at my notes and with my recollection, I believe she did not initially have a complaint.
Okay. And when later did you inquire as to whether she had any injuries?
Yes.
And is that the moment where she told you that her ear hurt?
Yes.
And which ear did she point to?
Pointed to her left ear.
Okay. Did you then ask her, and without telling me anything at this point, but did you then ask her? Oh, absolutely. If you can put them right on the side, if you can close the medical records, if you can put them right up on the table there. Thank you. Did you then ask her how her ear got hurt or how it was injured?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, in terms of examining, treating, and evaluating somebody, why is that important for you to know?
Yes. So if a child tells me their ear hurts, I ask them more about why it hurts or if it was injured in any way. An ear hurt can mean that there's an infection. An ear hurt can mean there's an injury. A follow-up question to why an ear hurts is very important. Those are very different pathologies.
Okay. And so depending on the answer that you're provided with, you know whether you're essentially swabbing for an ear infection or looking for something deeper or more meaningful. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, and again, without saying anything just yet, did Caytlyn give you, and not telling us what she said, just trying to be very clear, did Caytlyn explain to you how her ear was hurt?
When I asked what happened to her ear, how her ear was hurt, I phrased.
She provided an answer?
She provided an answer, yes.
Okay. And based on her answer, did you have an understanding of what you needed to look for or do next?
Yes.
Okay. And based on her answer, were you able to determine a way that you were going to treat her medically or evaluate her medically?
I would say her answer in combination with a physical exam.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Dr. Robertson, when you inquired as to Elowen's injuries and asked her how she had gotten hurt or how her ear had become hurt, what did she tell you?
The exact quote is in my record. Am I able to?
What do you remember her telling you?
I remember her telling me that something along the lines of, Daddy hurt Mom and me. There was a lot of blood.
Did you follow that up by asking her if she was hurt anywhere else on her body?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she was hurt anywhere else?
Again, my record, I believe, it says she gave me a vague answer of yes, but couldn't pinpoint anywhere else specifically that hurt.
Okay. And I see you hesitating a little bit with looking at State's Exhibit 17, help refresh your recollection.
Yes. Yeah. So, yes, I asked her if anything else on her body hurt. She stated yes, but when asked to point where, she says, I don't know.
Now, based on hearing that information, that the dad hurt her and Mom and there was blood, was there anything else that you had to consider besides her ear in terms of your examination or evaluation?
Yes.
Now, I did want to ask you, you had indicated that when you said the statement that Elowen gave to you about why her ear was hurting, you had said, I think. Okay. I think you had said, I think that what she had told me.
Yes, I didn't
was
have.
that, so in looking at these records, would those refresh your recollection as to the full statement that
Yes.
she gave? Okay.
Yes.
You could go ahead and take a look. Just at the statement that she gave you, and when you had an opportunity to refresh your recollection, you can put that document aside.
Okay.
Did she, was the information that you gave us, which was that dad hurt me and mom, is that the full context of what Ellen had told you?
No.
Okay, what did she say?
Mom and dad were fighting, and dad. Mom and,
Sustained.
The document is now aside. Did that help refresh your recollection as to what Ellen told you?
yes.
I know it's about a year and a half ago, so I understand. What did Ellen tell you?
Mom and dad were fighting. Dad hurt mom and me. There was a lot of blood.
Based on the fact that blood was mentioned, you had indicated just a minute ago that that made you have to look a little bit differently at Ellen. Is that fair to say? And that would be a bad way of phrasing it, so I apologize.
Yes, I mean, my job was to generally look for injuries on her. The fact
Now,
that
based on the information that she gave you, what kind of an examination or how did you examine Ellen Duren?
So based on that information, her complaint of some sort of pain or problem with her ear, I did a more full ear exam, which just basically on a child is looking in their ear, moving around the ear. In general, how I examined her is she received a full exam. I checked her skin all over her body for signs of injury. I did a neuro exam where I observed how she was communicating with me, how she was moving her extremities, checked her pupils, looked at her eyes, looked at her mouth, her nose, listened to her heart and lungs, felt her abdomen.
Okay, and in conducting that examination, is it fair to say that you didn't find any injuries on her body?
Correct.
Okay, and her neurological, like her talking to you and her movement of her limbs was fine?
Yes, her neuro
Ruled out
exam.
any possibility that she had any head injuries as well, correct?
Yes, she had a normal neuro exam.
Now, with respect to the ear, when somebody comes in and complains of ear pain, did you have any information that you had received that you used for the purpose of medically diagnosing what may have been wrong with her ear?
Yes.
What information did you use to help figure out what her ear pain may have been caused by?
As in like what I was told by pre-hospital people?
So before, when you say pre-hospital.
Sorry,
you mean-
police, EMS, fire.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when Ellen came into the emergency department, she was accompanied by ambulance first, and then there were police officers with her, correct?
Correct.
And you
When I saw
received-
her, she was in a room already, so I don't know who exactly walked her into the emergency room.
Perfect. When you saw her and she was in the room, was she by herself, or were there officers with her?
There were officers with her. I do not remember whether I asked them to step out or not. I do and don't. Sometimes it depends.
Perfect. Were you able to diagnose in any way what her ear pain was caused by?
I was able to deduce what I thought likely caused her ear pain.
Okay, and what, if anything, was your, and when I look at records, there's the words MDM, or the letters MDM in the medical records. What does
Yeah.
that mean?
That's the medical decision-making portion of the physician note, which is basically where I discuss, what I think is going on with the patient. So if a patient has ear pain, that's where I sometimes explicitly list all the possibilities of what ear pain could be, or sometimes I just list the pertinent negative things, like it's, was not infected, was not this, and then come to some sort of conclusion.
Okay, so based on all of the information that you had from Ellen and from all of the other persons that you talked to when you were gathering the history and information you needed for your medical diagnosis, first of all, did you see anything when you conducted a physical exam of her ear?
No.
Okay, and you looked inside of it with that pointy
Yeah,
thing with the
yeah,
light?
the otoscope, yeah.
Thank you. So did you or were you able to make that diagnosis?
Yes, the diagnosis that I came to is one that there's not a test that proves it, so.
Okay. And what did you indicate was your diagnosis with respect to Ellen's ear pain?
I think that she had injury to her ear due to loud noises, being in close proximity to a loud noise.
Court's indulgence. I have no other questions for this witness. I'm just going to collect the exhibit and give it to the mother. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Just a couple questions. Based on your physical examination of Ellen and what information you had from her and other sources, you determined that the ear pain that she was complaining of was most likely due to secondary lateral noises, correct?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of perforated eardrum, correct?
Correct.
No trauma to the ear.
No physical trauma to the ear. Correct.
No outward signs of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And she appeared well-kept and well-nourished.
She
correct?
was. Yes.
No more questions, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, can Dr. Robertson be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The state calls Nicholas Post. Sir, could you please raise your right hand? You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them your name and spell your last name?
I am Nicholas Post. Last name is P-O-S-T. I am a trooper with the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit.
Trooper, how long have you been with the state police?
Just over 12 years.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought there was a technical issue.
So, apologize, Trooper, you've been with the New Hampshire State Police for 12 years?
Yes.
And you're currently assigned to the Major Crime Unit?
Yes.
How long have you been with the Major Crime Unit?
It'll be 3 years in December.
Trooper, do you have any experience processing crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it means to process a crime scene?
Crime scene is preserving and documenting the scene as best as found it and preserving evidence for later prosecution.
Specifically, do you have any experience documenting vehicles as part of your investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do the same principles apply when you are documenting a vehicle?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Trooper, were you part of the investigation into the investigation of the death of Caytlyn Naffziger in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, I was.
On March 2nd of 2024, did you participate in a search of a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a 2017 white Subaru Impreza.
Do you remember what the license plate was?
I do not. I know it was a New Hampshire veterans plate.
Where did you search that vehicle?
At our Major Crime Belmont facility.
And that was on March 2nd of 2024?
Yes, it was.
How did you document your search of that vehicle?
We took photographs, notes, and seized any evidence that was illustrated in the search warrant we obtained for the vehicle.
So the search was conducted pursuant to a warrant?
Yes.
When that car came to you, or when you first observed the car, did it have any seals on the doors?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and can you describe those seals?
They are green evidence tamper seals that would, if the door was opened, it would be evident that the seal would be broken.
And so those seals were not broken?
They were not broken.
Trooper, how many people were present during that search of the vehicle?
I believe 3, including myself.
And when you searched that white Subaru Impreza, did you photograph the contents of the vehicle?
Yes, it was photographed by TFC Amanda Johnson.
When you were present, you observed the vehicle as it was photographed?
Yes, I did.
Were the contents of the vehicle photographed as they were found in place?
Yes, they were.
Were those items then removed and photographed again?
Yes.
When they were photographed again, where were they photographed?
They were photographed on the floor on top of a piece of white butcher paper.
Why was it done that way?
So they can be spread out. There's nothing blocking or concealing any kind of item.
Trooper, I'm handing you a number of photographs here. These are marked for ID as states 19A through J and 23A through N. Can you please look at those?
Yes.
All right, Trooper, have you had a chance to look at all of those?
Yes, I have.
What are those photos?
These are photos of the white Subaru Impreza that I processed on March 2nd.
And do these photos show the interior of that vehicle as it was found?
Yes, they do.
And also the contents of that vehicle after they were removed?
Yes.
All right, at this point, the state moves to introduce its full exhibits, states 19A through J inclusive, and 23A through N as in Nancy.
Yep. Attorney Spicer, you've requested,
The state moves to introduce exhibits 19A through J and 23A through N as Nancy as full exhibits.
okay, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, the ID may be stricken with respect to exhibits 19A through J inclusive and with respect to 23A through N inclusive, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Trooper Post, you have a screen there. I think we can safely do this without having to get up. I'm showing you states 19A. What is this?
This is the 2017 white Subaru Impreza.
And what does the license plate say?
It says V as in Victor 69023. It's a New Hampshire veterans plate.
This is the vehicle you searched as part of that investigation
Yes, it is.
on March 2nd, 2024. Do you see the green pieces of tape over the doors?
Yes, I do.
Is that the tamper seal tape that you talked about earlier?
Yes, they are.
Trooper, I'm showing you states 23A. What does this show?
This shows the front passenger side area of the vehicle.
Is this as it was when you found it?
Yes, yes, it is.
And what items do you see there?
See a pillow, fruit cups, a blanket.
And that's showing you states 23B. What is this?
This is the contents of the front passenger side area.
Okay, so these contents been removed for photographs?
Yes,
Is it that same pillow and blanket that you saw in the front seat?
yes, it is.
This is states 23C. What are these?
These are the remaining items from that front passenger's area.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
Is fruit cups, pajama pants, a diary, paper towels, a water bottle, and cleaning wipes
Are those pajama pants for an adult or a child?
for an adult.
Showing you states 19B. What do you see here?
This is the rear passengers area behind the driver.
And what do you see here?
See a car seat, some food, water on the floor, a bottle inside the car seat, and what appears to be a pink jacket.
This is states 19C. What is this?
This is a view of the same area looking towards it's from the rear driver's side passenger area looking towards the right of the vehicle.
What do you see on the far side of that car? On the
See a
passenger side?
pillow. It looks like some kind of item that could store, that it's hanging from the seat that could store things.
This is states 23D. What is here?
There's water, pink jacket, and crackers, and the off the camera to the left is the car seat.
And where did these come from?
These came from the rear passenger driver's side area.
And that black item there, is that the item you were referring to earlier?
That's the item that was attached to the back of the driver's seat.
States 23E. What are these items?
This is fruit snacks, crackers, water, a booster seat, and men's underwear.
So on the left of this image, is that same black item?
Yes,
So did these items come from the same part of the car?
yes.
States 23F. What are we looking at here?
This is the rear area of the car looking from the passenger side, to the right of the vehicle, towards the driver's side.
Again, this is how you found it, correct?
Yes, it is.
Before anything was removed? Is it before anything was removed?
Correct, yes.
This is states 23G. What items are we looking at here?
It's children's clothing, diapers, baby wipes. Appears to be a child's applesauce, a jug of water, and a small blanket.
This states 23H. Can we see some of those same items you just described?
Yes,
And then there's additional items. What are those?
yes. It's additional clothing, the black electronic I believe is some kind of computer device, I'm not sure.
How about the clothing? Are those clothes for children or for adults?
For children.
States 23I, what are we looking at here?
This is clothes for children and for an adult.
So is there a shirt there?
So a shirt there, yes.
Is that a dark green shirt?
Yes, that's an adult size shirt.
And some underwear as well?
Yes,
Adult underwear?
yes,
And then there's a penguin shirt, is that for a kid?
yes.
What are we looking at here, sir? This is 23J.
This is a pillow, 2 jackets, and a mirror for the driver to be able to check on the child in the back seat.
Those jackets, are those for an adult or a child?
For a child.
And there's some sort of plaid item there, what is that?
That appears to be the gray plaid jacket or sweatshirt is what it appears to be.
For an adult or a child?
Child.
This states 23K. What is in this photo?
The 2 articles of clothing in the middle are shirts for an adult.
How about that pink item top right?
Be a hat for a small child.
And then to the left, we can see part of an item. Do you know what that is?
Appears to be a stuffed animal.
What are we looking at here?
Would be adult clothing.
This is 23L. Is there an adult shirt there?
Yes,
As well as some adult-sized blue jeans?
yes.
This states 23M. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be adult shirts, socks, underwear.
So how many shirts do you see?
See 3, and then there's a black item of clothing that's partially shown.
How many pairs of underwear?
1,
And how many socks?
5 total.
This states 23N. As in Nancy, what are we looking at here?
Be children's clothing on the left. It appears to be an adult shirt on the right and adult underwear.
So there's several pieces of children's clothing here. Could you describe them for us?
What appears to be penguin pajamas on the left, the red sweatshirt with stars, the blue long sleeve shirt up top, and the pink shirt in the middle right would be children's clothing.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the trunk of the white Subaru Impreza.
What's in the trunk?
It had a computer tower and vehicle equipment like jumper cables and car care materials.
When you say a computer tower, do you mean like a desktop computer?
Yes.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the driver's door.
Any items of interest in that door?
There's a firearm in the driver's door pocket.
Is this how that firearm was found?
Yes,
So this is where that firearm was when the police opened the door?
yes.
What is this?
This is a Beretta 9mm pistol.
Is this the same firearm that we just saw?
Yes,
Just a closer view? Is this just a closer view?
yes.
And where is that firearm pointing right now?
The muzzle would be pointing to the left as you look at this picture.
Just for the record, that one states 19E, and the previous one was 19B. I'm now showing you states 19J. Trooper, what is this?
This is a Beretta 9mm pistol.
Is this the pistol that was found in the door of the car?
Yes, it is.
So it's been removed now for more photographs on that paper.
Yes,
Is this the condition of the gun as it was found?
yes, it is.
Does the magazine appear to be loaded into the gun?
Yes.
this the same gun? This is states 19F?
Yes.
So this is the same gun, obviously it looks a little bit different. Can you tell us why?
The magazine was removed from the magazine well, the slide was locked to the rear, and a cartridge was ejected out of the chamber.
So first, I want to ask you about that long black object on the right. What is that?
That is the magazine.
And so what is a magazine?
The magazine holds the ammunition for the firearm.
There's something gold and metallic poking out from the top of that magazine. Can you tell us what that is?
Those are the 9mm cartridges for the firearm.
So when you say cartridge, do you mean colloquially a bullet?
Yes.
Ammunition?
Yes.
So again, this is a photo of the gun with the magazine removed. The police did that, correct?
Yes.
And the gun has been obviously manipulated. Could you tell us what was done to the gun?
The slide on the firearm was locked to the rear.
What's the slide?
The slide is that top portion that encases the barrel.
So that's been pulled back.
Yes.
What is the point of pulling that slide back?
To eject any cartridge that could be inside the chamber of the firearm.
Was a cartridge ejected from the chamber of the firearm?
Yes.
And is that gold item that's to the left of the gun?
Yes, it is.
So when this gun was removed from that door by the state police, there was a bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And so when the slide is pulled back like that, does that make this gun safe?
Yes, it cannot be fired in the condition it's in currently.
Trooper, there's an object there with some letters underneath. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is a 9mm cartridge that was ejected from the chamber of the firearm.
So this is the bullet that was in the chamber of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And those letters, what do those indicate?
That is the exhibit number. The A after the 2 would indicate it's a sub-exhibit from the firearm itself, indicating that it was found within the firearm.
And this is states 19G. I'm going to go back to states 19F. What is the exhibit number for the gun?
KPP2.
So the gun is KPP2. Looking at it, 19G. The bullet in the chamber is KPP2A.
Yes.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the magazine that was inserted into the magazine well of KPP2.
And what are those items above the magazine?
That is the ammunition that was inside the magazine.
So when this gun was found, all those items of ammunition were inside the magazine?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many there are?
Appears 13.
And that 13 is in addition to the one that was in the chamber?
Correct.
And so does that KPP2B refer collectively to those rounds and the magazine?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm showing you, it's marked for ID, this states 20A. Please open this box. For the record, you can use those boxes. Trooper, we'll have you get down and show this in a second, but what do you see in this box?
I see the firearm that was found in the driver's door pocket of the white Subaru.
Is there a marking on this box?
Yes.
And is there an evidence number?
Yes.
What number is that?
KPP2.
Is that the same KPP2 that we saw in the photograph for that gun?
Yes, it is.
There's a couple of other items in here, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you about those at the moment. Can you step down, I'll ask you to show this to the jury. All right, before I do that, Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to strike the AD on 20A, introducing the full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Okay, the identification may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 20A, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
I'll ask you to just show this to the jury so they can see it. Trooper, there's some zip ties in that box attached to that gun. What is the purpose of those?
It's to secure it inside the box, so it doesn't move around. Any trace evidence could fall off it or be destroyed. Okay.
Can the gun fire as it is right now?
No, it cannot.
Thank you. Thanks. You can just put that on the table there. Trooper, I'm handing you two more items, states 20B and 20C for ID. First, I'll ask you about 20B. What is this?
This appears to be 20A. This would have been the cartridge that was found inside the chamber of the firearm KPP-2.
So just for the record, this is states 20B for ID. What evidence number is there on that?
KPP-2A.
Okay. KPP-2A, that's the live round that was found in the chamber.
Yes.
Can you please open that?
Remove it.
Yes. Is this the same live round that was removed from the gun that we just saw?
Yes.
When you searched it on March 2nd?
Yes.
Our state moves to introduce 20B as a full exhibit.
The identification may be stricken with respect to 20B, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
And we'll put that down for now, just somewhere it's not gonna roll away. And now, Trooper, I'll ask you about states 20C for ID. Does this have an evidence number on it?
Yes, it does.
What's the evidence number?
KPP-2B.
And that's the evidence number for the magazine and the ammunition found in it?
Yes.
For that gun that was in the car? that you
Yes.
searched on March 2nd?
Yes.
Can you please open this as well?
The rounds are stuck to tape.
So you've removed two items from that evidence bag. What are they?
This is the magazine that was located in the magazine well of KPP-2 in the cartridges that were inside the magazine.
And those cartridges are in their own plastic bag?
Yes.
correct? Are those the cartridges that were removed from this magazine?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the ID on 20C.
The identification may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 20C, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
And so, Trooper, I'll have you, if you can carry all three of those things, you could bring them down and show them to the jury. Trooper, after you recovered those items as part of your search, where did they go?
They went into the bags in front of me today. They were sealed and ultimately brought to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
I have no more questions.
Yep. Of this witness, we will take the mid-afternoon break right now. So again, mid-afternoon break right now. We'll resume at 2:30. And again, please do not discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves. Thank you very much.
All rise.
hope so.
All rise for the honorable jury. Wallace County Superior Court again is in session with the Honorable Jonathan F. Rizal presiding.
Thank you, please be seated. And Trooper, you're still under oath, sir,
I'm sorry.
and you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Trooper. How familiar are you with the Beretta 9mm pistol?
I'm not very familiar, no.
Oh, okay, so that's not what you, that's not your service weapon?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of its safety features based on your handling of, in
In
this
the
case?
photos, yes.
Okay. Why don't I have you then step down to get closer to the jury with exhibits 19. Jay? 19F. Okay, would you mind holding it? Thank you. So 19F you're holding, is the little lever that we see here, is that the safe another, and it's a semi-automatic pistol, the next bullet from the magazine would automatically cycle up to the chamber, correct?
Correct, yes.
So if it was functioning correctly in this scenario with the 15 capacity magazine, and it was started out with a full magazine, after firing one bullet, there would be, you would anticipate there would be a second bullet in the chamber, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you could not fire it unless the safety was turned off and you pulled the trigger.
Yes.
Okay. And you found it in the vehicle, driver's side pocket door, with the safety engaged. It was on, correct?
Correct.
So it would not have fired a bullet as is.
Correct.
Thank you. Have a seat for a second. I just have to check if I have questions. I have no more questions. Thank you, Trooper.
Redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Trooper Post, you mentioned that the safety was on, and you talked about pulling the slide back. Fair to say that there are a number of steps that need to be taken before a bullet can be fired from a gun like this?
Yes.
So that the purpose of those, would that be that the gun doesn't go off accidentally?
Correct.
So that when the gun fires, it's because the person wanted to fire it?
Yes.
No more questions.
Nothing further.
Okay, can Trooper Post be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Should see his name in order. Looks about right, but I think it's the rest of it's clear. Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Jill Terrio. Terrio, please take the witness stand for me. Just remain standing and raise your right hand. Here, look at me. Ms. Terrio, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may lower your head and have a seat. There's some water, I believe, up there and some cups perhaps if you would like to take some and be ready for that or whenever you need to. If you do need to take a break at any time, just let me know.
Okay, great, thank you.
And you just did it, so I don't even have to tell you. The microphone a little bit closer. So if I could have you just go ahead and introduce yourself to these jurors by stating your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jill Terrio. Last name is spelled T as in Tom, Herriault.
Ms. Terrio, where do you work?
I'm currently employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord.
And what is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory?
The forensic lab that's associated with the state police is the only forensic laboratory within the state that handles examining evidence from all the municipalities and jurisdictions within New Hampshire.
For about how long have you worked with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory?
It'll be 6 years this December.
Is it okay if I call it the laboratory or the forensic lab?
That's fine, yes.
Perfect. Now, are you assigned inside of the lab to a specific unit?
Yes, I am.
And what's that unit?
In the laboratory, I am assigned to the pattern evidence unit.
And inside it, well, before I ask you what your job assignment is inside of that unit, what is the pattern evidence unit?
The pattern evidence unit of the forensic laboratory is composed of forensic science examiners who look at items that have patterns. So that would be the latent print examiners, that would be myself as a firearms examiner, as well as examiners who look at shoe and tire track impressions.
Okay. Now, you've indicated you're a firearms examiner. What's your current title with the lab?
Currently, I am a forensic scientist 3 in the pattern evidence unit.
Okay, and as a forensic scientist 3, you specifically conduct firearms examinations?
Yes, one of my duties, or the area that I examine for forensic evidence is firearms and tool marks, and I also conduct examinations of shoe and tire tracks.
What kind of work do you do for, and you've described it as examinations, but as a firearms examiner, what kinds of things are you examining?
In my capacity, I'm looking at bullets, at cartridge cases, at firearms. Those are all types of pieces of evidence that would be collected from a crime scene and submitted to the laboratory. And I examine those items with a variety of different pieces of equipment at the lab to determine whether or not a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm.
And when you talk about bullets or cartridge cases, sometimes do people refer to that as ballistics evidence?
They do, yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that you're a firearms and tool mark examiner. What do you mean by tool mark examiner? What's that?
Well, tool mark examination is sort of a broad overview of my particular discipline of forensic science. In one respect, you could consider a firearm as a tool, and the items that are fired through it are items that receive those tool marks. But also, tool marks can encompass any types of marks that are left behind from a tool. So, for example, if someone had tried to break into a building using something to pry open a window, they're using a tool, and that tool is leaving marks, say, for example, on a windowsill or on the opening where a window would be. Or if someone, for example, say they were breaking through a chain link fence and they used a set of bolt cutters to cut through the links on the fence. There are marks that are left behind from those bolt cutters on those individual pieces of wire, and I would examine those pieces of wire to determine whether or not it was a particular set of bolt cutters, for example, that cut those pieces of the chain link fence.
So I want to speak a little bit generally, just so we understand what your job is. With respect to firearms, what kinds of examinations can you perform that are either tool mark related or related in some other capacity to a firearm?
Well, one of the types of examinations that I would conduct would actually be on a firearm itself, and that would be called an operability examination or a function exam. And that is to determine how a firearm that was submitted to the lab is currently functioning in its current condition. So I have a variety of steps that I follow to examine the firearm, determine its operability, is it safe, is there anything wrong with it, is it going to fire in the way that I expect it to, what are the safety features of it, with the end result of actually selecting ammunition from the laboratory to supply and test firing that firearm. Now, the other part of the types of examinations I would do would be on bullets and cartridge cases, looking at those using a microscope. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. Just with respect to ballistics, those ballistics items that you're talking about, bullets and casings, when you generally are talking about examinations of those, can you go ahead and explain to us what those examinations would be?
Yes. So looking at bullets and cartridge cases collected from a crime scene, there's various features that would be left behind on those items from the gun that fired it. And I'll use a variety of equipment at the lab to look at those items to determine specifically whether or not they were fired in a particular gun.
Now, for all of these things that you do with tool mark examination, firearms examinations, ballistics examinations, do you have any kind of education, training that allows you to do this type of analysis and work?
Yes, I do.
Can you go ahead and describe that for us?
Well, before I got started in the field, I did receive my Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University in 2001. But the main course of the main area where I learned how to become a firearms examiner was with my employment with the Miami-Dade Police Department down in Miami, Florida. When I was hired on by that department in the forensic lab down there, I began an in-house training program that was conducted under the supervision of a senior firearms examiner. And that 2-year training program included learning how firearms operate, learning about ammunition and how ammunition and firearms function together, using the equipment in the lab to look at those pieces of evidence, as well as other types of testing that a firearms examiner would conduct. So again, that training period was 2 years long. And in addition to that, in 2004, when I began working at Miami-Dade, I was also selected by the ATF which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, to participate in their one-year National Firearms Examiner Academy. And that one-year program that was in conjunction with my in-house training consisted of examiners from all different laboratories across the country that were my instructors, and again, learning about guns, how they operate, how bullets and cartridge cases interact with guns, how to examine bullets and cartridge cases under a microscope, as well as several other types of testing that a firearms examiner would do.
And you mentioned that you were previously employed in Miami-Dade as a firearms examiner, it sounds like. Is that correct?
That's right.
For how long have you held a position as a firearms examiner or as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
Now it's been over 20 years. So I spent 10 years at the Miami-Dade lab down in Miami, Florida. I spent 6 years as the section supervisor of the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory. And for the last almost 6 years, I've been here in New Hampshire.
In addition to conducting your own examinations of firearms and ballistics evidence, do you also serve as sort of a peer reviewer or review analyses that are conducted by other people in the department for accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Is that a standard procedure for the state lab?
It is, yes.
So is it fair to say that any work that you do, there's another person who checks your work?
It is, yes.
Now, while you've been employed either in any of your agencies that you've worked with, Miami-Dade, Connecticut, or here at the New Hampshire State Lab, have you undergone continuing education as you've been employed?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what kinds of continuing education have you had?
Well, as a member of an organization called the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, I'm able to attend, excuse me, attend training seminars that that organization holds once every year in different cities across the United States. And that training is a week long and encompasses technical presentations by my peers. There's smaller workshops, but that's typically about 30 to 40 hours of training for that week. And in addition to other types of training that may become available, such as like firearms courses, that would be called armorers courses that teach a student how a particular make or model of firearm operates, like taking it apart, putting it together, troubleshooting, and other types of webinars, forensic-related webinars that might be available to stay current on the topics in the field.
Do you undergo, as part of your position with the New Hampshire State Lab, any type of proficiency examination pertaining to your work as a firearms or ballistic evidence examiner?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that for us?
Proficiency testing is a type of testing to ensure that forensic scientists are competent in their field. The laboratory will receive from a private company essentially a practical test. I don't know what the answer is to it. It could be, for example, in the field of, it could be firearms related, so it could be bullets, it could be cartridge cases. And that type of testing to test my skills to ensure that I'm competent in conducting this type, where I would examine those pieces that are, again, the answers are unknown to me. And
so you're being provided with physical items for you to conduct an examination on, and as that's the test. It's not a written test you're talking about.
Correct. It's a hands-on practical test, so bullets or cartridge cases. And once I've completed that, those results get sent to that company, that outside company that maintains these tests, and my answers are checked, and that reporting, or that those results are reported back to the laboratory.
Over the years, and I guess let me just ask you this, is there a certification or a need for certification to perform your job?
There's not a need for it, like a requirement, but I do hold a certification in firearms identification.
Can you explain what that is?
So through the professional organization that I belong to, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, they do offer certification in 3 areas. So in firearms examination, in gunshot residue, and also in tool marks. So I hold a certification in firearms examination. I've held that since 2009. And to maintain that certification, one has to attain a certain number of continuing education credits for each year that you maintain your certification. And so that goes along with attending the conferences and things of that nature to maintain those certification points.
Over the years, if you know, at least that you've been at the state lab here in New Hampshire, do you know approximately how many examinations you conduct or have conducted with respect to firearms and ballistics evidence?
Oh gosh, I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head. trying to think of the number of cases that I do per year. It would be pretty numerous, I would say.
Now, have you previously testified in court as an expert witness in the area of firearms and ballistics evidence examinations?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Between Florida, Connecticut, and here in New Hampshire, it's been over 100 times.
And you have been qualified here in the courts in the state of New Hampshire as an expert witness in that area?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Jill Terrio as an expert witness in the area of firearms and ballistics evidence. No objection.
The court hereby recognizes Ms. Terrio in the areas identified as an expert witness.
Thank you. Ms. Terrio, with respect to the case that you've been called here to testify about today, can you explain to the jury how you received this case or became involved in this case for examination?
Well, these items of evidence that are related to firearms, they are submitted to the laboratory for a series of testing that goes on, whether that's latent prints or DNA. The firearms unit is typically the last unit to examine those items that have been submitted for analysis. So once the other units have completed their testing on a particular set of items, then it would be my turn to conduct that. And as of the time of when this case took place and when these items were submitted to the laboratory, there's 2 of us in the pattern evidence unit that can conduct firearms examinations, one of which is my supervisor. So typically any type of casework that would come into the laboratory would fall to me.
Before we really get started, I want to show you some physical items and see if you recognize what these are. So the first item I'm going to show you is what is in evidence, and please, if you need a minute, just go ahead.
Oh, I do.
Absolutely, take your time.
Okay, thank you.
There are gloves there. There was another box somewhere, but those are if you need them.
Okay.
So I'm showing you what is in evidence is State's Exhibit 20A. For the current moment, I'm just going to ask you to look at the item and not remove it from its container.
Yes.
I mean, it's in evidence, but it just leave it. And associated with that item, I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 20B. Please be careful, that's loose. And 20C.
Okay.
With respect to State's Exhibit 20A, is this the firearm that you received to examine related to this case?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to State's Exhibit 20B, is that the magazine for that firearm and its related ammunition that you received?
Let's see, 20, I'm sorry, which exhibit was it?
20B?
20B.
Oh, I went backwards, so I apologize. Is 20B the live cartridge that you received as part of evidence with this weapon?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to State's Exhibit 20C, is that the magazine for that firearm?
Yes, it is.
And there's also related unfired ammunition, is that fair to say?
In that item, yes.
Just correct my notes, I apologize. Ms. Terrio, I'm next going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as 24A, B, and C. If you could take a look at those items, let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do recognize these.
What are they?
These are enlargements of photographs that I took of the items of evidence that I examined in this case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the identification on State Exhibits 24A, B, and C, and admit them as full. No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 24A, B, and C, and they shall be considered full exhibits.
Now, as you look at, I took them away. If you need them back, let me know. But State's Exhibit 24A that you just looked at, that photograph of the weapon,
Yes.
is that consistent with how Exhibit 20A looks now?
It is, yes.
Just so that we can all look at things together. Apparently I forgot how a pointer works. There we go. So I've got up on the screen, and you should have it next to you you, and it should be in front for the jury to see as well, State's Exhibit 24A. And you've indicated that State's Exhibit 20A, as you look at it, it's in the same sort of position now.
The photograph on the screen here is how I received it when I first, before I did any examination of it. And how it's in front of me is in a slightly different position as far as its position inside of the box, but it appears to be in the same condition that when it left my custody.
So with respect to that weapon, when you received it, can you explain to us how you begin an examination as to that item?
So to examine a firearm that comes to me at the forensic laboratory, first, like we have in the photo here, I want to document how I received it. So I'll take a photograph of the outside of the package and then a photograph of the items that are inside of that package. And here we have a pistol, another plastic bag that was created by another examiner at the laboratory, and my little blue ruler that's in the photo. The first steps for my examination of a firearm, well, first I will take it out of the box, ensure that what's in the box is supposed to be there, and make sure that there's nothing missing. But my first steps for examining it are essentially walking through and looking at first the make, the model, and the serial number that's typically stamped somewhere on the firearm. And then I have a series of steps that I go through, and I have a worksheet that walks me through just documenting the physical condition of the gun. So again, make, model, serial number, the safety features that this firearm has, the overall condition of it, like is it in good condition? Does it look like it's a little beat up? The overall condition of it. I will look down the gun barrel to see if there's any obstructions, and there's also some characteristics inside of the gun barrel that are visible to your naked eye. I will note some characteristics that are inside of the gun barrel. One of the tests that I will conduct is to determine how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger on this particular gun, and to see if whether or not this gun is susceptible to any type of accidental discharge. So once I've walked through all of that, gathered all of that information, my next step would then be to test fire the firearm.
Before we get to there, with respect to this weapon as you received it, were you able to determine what the make and model are?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
This is a 9mm caliber Beretta semi-automatic pistol, and the model is 92 FS, F as in Frank, S as in Sam.
And were you able to locate the serial number on this weapon?
Yes, I was.
And what's the serial number?
The serial number is B as in Bob, E as in Edward, R 401806.
Were you able to evaluate the condition of this weapon?
Yes.
And what was the condition of it?
It was in good condition, and once I was done, it functioned as I expected.
Now, can you explain this weapon? What kind of weapon is this? Is it in terms of the way that it fires?
This pistol shown here is what's considered a semi-automatic pistol.
Can you explain to us how it is that a semi-automatic pistol fires?
There's a number of steps that occur when firing a semi-automatic pistol, but the semi-automatic part refers to the number of rounds that it'll fire when the trigger is pulled. So semi-automatic means that to fire one round, you have to pull the trigger once. So with each shot, it would be one pull of the trigger. Essentially, this type of gun would take a source of ammunition called a magazine. Some folks know it as a clip, but more correctly, it would be called a magazine. A magazine would be filled with live cartridges or rounds of ammunition. That magazine that has ammunition in it will then get placed into the grip or the handle part of the firearm. Now, in order to make this particular type of gun operate, like in the photograph here that you see on the screen, there's a top part of the firearm called the slide, and it's sort of a top part of it, and in the photograph here, it's what's called the open position. So if one were to take a magazine and put it inside of the grip or the magazine well, and you were to use a button to close the slide, that would take a live round of ammunition from the magazine, which is now inside the gun, and take that live round and put it into what's called the chamber of the barrel, of the gun barrel. So at that point, the firearm would be loaded. At that point, the way that this pistol is designed, there's a part called the hammer, which is when you send the slide forward, it'll be in a cocked position, so this firearm will be ready to fire. And then in order to shoot it, you would pull the trigger. The hammer would fall. Pulling the trigger causes the hammer to fall. The hammer will then strike a firing pin, which connects with the live round of ammunition, and through a series of events that happen super fast, that causes the gun to go off. So that'll cause the bullet to travel down the gun barrel due to a whole bunch of heat and energy that's created. So that sends the bullet down the gun barrel. All that heat and energy that's built up will also press against that top part of the gun called the slide. That'll move the slide backwards, and that will then take that now empty cartridge case out of the chamber of the firearm. And when that slide comes back, it's on spring pressure. So when that slide moves back into place, that forward motion will then take a live round of ammunition, put it into the chamber, and at that point the firearm would be ready to fire again.
When you indicate that when the slide moves back or moves forward and then back, that it would eject or remove the spent or the fired cartridge casing.
That's correct.
Is that sometimes called an ejector?
There's one portion, two portions of the gun that cause that to happen. But yes, there's one that's called an ejector, that when the casing, the empty casing comes in contact with that, that helps to flip it out of the firearm.
When this particular Beretta ejects a cartridge or a casing, does it eject to a particular side?
In general, pistols tend to extract and eject on the right and rearward. But in my experience, that's the general direction it goes in, but sometimes they don't always go that way.
Now, we've got State's Exhibit, I've got to make sure I've got them the right numbers. So we've looked at 20C, which is the magazine and the ammunition, correct?
Yes, 20C is the magazine and ammo.
So moving forward on here, I'm putting State's 24B, which is in evidence on the screen. Is that what you're seeing in State's Exhibit 20B?
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Can you explain to us what those items are?
So in this picture here, again, this is a photograph that I took of the items that were inside the package. On the left side, that sort of dark gray black item is the magazine, and on the right is a clear plastic bag that was created by a different person from the laboratory who had removed those live cartridges from the magazine.
So I want to show you another photograph that's in evidence, not one of your own, but one that's already in. Looking at State's Exhibit 24B and State's Exhibit 19H, are these the same items? So that item in 20B is KPP-2B on the bag?
Yes, the bag here says KPP-2B, yes.
Okay. Since they're all just sort of in a bag, is that consistent with the number of items that were recovered from that particular magazine?
Let's see. I have 13 that were taken out of that, and if that is 13. 12, 13. Yes, 13 are being showed in the photos.
Okay. That magazine for this weapon, the one that you examined in State's Exhibit 20C, my notes are messed up, so I apologize, 20C. Can you describe to us how many rounds of ammunition that magazine itself holds?
Yes, I'm just going to refer to my notes to refresh my memory.
If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, so this magazine is capable of holding 15 cartridges, 15 9mm cartridges.
Now, we've heard the terms throughout this trial and now through your testimony, rounds, live rounds, I'm sure I've used some of them mistakenly, cartridges, projectiles, bullets, casings. Can you explain those terms for us? Like, what kinds of terms are we talking about for the evidence that you examined relevant to this case?
So typically, with the terminology that I would use for a live round, which is perfectly acceptable terminology to call that, is also known as a cartridge. A cartridge is typically made up of 4 components, that being a bullet, a cartridge case, gunpowder, and a primer.
Do you have a demonstrative aid that you have with you today that might be able to help us understand the pieces of a cartridge?
I do.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind. Your Honor, asking permission for the witness to approach the jury in order to demonstrate to them and explain to them the components of a cartridge or a live round.
Okay.
Certainly.
Okay. Okay, so the item that I have here, this is a plastic model of cartridge. It's just plastic, it's oversized, it's not an actual real piece of ammunition. But as I was saying, the cartridge, or a live cartridge, is made of 4 components. So first there's the bullet, which is this guy, and this is typically seated in the mouth of a cartridge case. The bullet can be made of a number of different types of materials, sometimes copper, sometimes lead. A cartridge case can be brass, sometimes can be other material as well. Housed inside of this cartridge would be the gunpowder, so that's all filled up in here. So once that has gunpowder in it, the bullet fits in here like this. Now on the back of the cartridge is this little round area here. This is called the primer. And the way that this operates in a firearm is that when this is put into, say we're talking about a semi-automatic pistol, when this is put into the chamber of the gun and the trigger is pulled, the firing pin from the gun will strike this primer. The primer is made of a shock-sensitive material, so when that firing pin strikes it, it causes a small detonation, which then in turn causes the gunpowder to burn, and that's what builds up all that heat and energy that sends the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And depending on what type of firearm you're shooting, this empty cartridge case can be extracted and ejected, or again, depending on the gun, it can remain inside of the firearm.
So, for comparison purposes, what parts of a cartridge or a live round are you able to use to conduct a comparison or to examine as part of your work as a ballistics or firearms examiner?
So the parts that I would be interested in comparing would be the bullet that was fired from the gun, so these things are now separate. Bullets can be collected from crime scenes or autopsies or things anywhere where a crime has occurred with a shooting. The cartridge case is another item because the gun has come in contact with that primer area. There's some other marks that are left behind from the gun on the primer that I would be interested in. And then on the surface of the bullet, because that has traveled down the gun barrel, it picks up scratch marks from the inside of the gun barrel, and that's what I'll be looking at, both visually unaided with a microscope as well as under a microscope to look at these marks.
When you talk about scratches in terms of what you're examining, can you explain that to us? What kinds of scratches are these? How are they created?
Well, when we're talking about that type of marking that's left behind on a bullet, the inside of the gun barrel is, it has areas of what's called lands and grooves, which are areas of high and low that are carved into the gun barrel by the manufacturer. They do it on purpose. That causes the bullet to spin when it exits, kind of like the way a quarterback throws a pass, he throws a spiral. A bullet is traveling in that spiral motion as well. And that keeps it stable as it's traveling. Because the bullet is a snug fit inside of that gun barrel, those areas of high and low are going to scratch or scrape that surface of the bullet. So as it's traveling, it's gaining these marks from the inside of the gun barrel. And that's what I use to do a comparison of, say, 2 bullets to each other, or to a bullet from a scene to a bullet that I have test fired.
Thank you. You had indicated that your examination of these types of ballistic evidence occurs partially visually, but then with a microscope.
Correct.
Can you explain to us, is it like the microscope I used to use in science class, or is it something different?
It's similar to the one we had in science class. The device that I use is called a comparison microscope that takes 2 of those types of microscopes, connects them through a series of mirrors and prisms that lets the user look through a set of eyepieces and see 2 things at the same time.
When you are conducting this type of an examination, what kinds of conclusions can you come to after you're comparing, either you said bullets to other bullets fired at or recovered from the same place, or a bullet compared to a test fire?
The 3 conclusions that I can come to with regard to the forensic evidence that I look at includes an identification, which means that this bullet or this cartridge case was fired from this particular gun, or these 2 bullets were fired from the same gun. The opposite of that is an exclusion or an elimination, meaning that there were differences between the 2, and that means that this bullet or this cartridge case was not fired in this particular firearm, or these 2 bullets or these 2 casings were not fired in the same gun. Now, right in between there is what's called inconclusive. Inconclusive basically means that there's not enough information on those items to make a definitive, yes, it was, or no, it's not.
Now, I am going to ask you, and I want to do this so that we're very clear. The weapon that you have in State's Exhibit 20A inside of this box,
Yes.
as it stands right now, it's fully unloaded, is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. I can tell that by a zip tie that I've placed through the action of the firearm.
Okay, and there's no magazine inserted in it?
Correct.
Okay. With the court's permission, I would like to ask you to remove this item from the box and publish it to the jury so they can ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Unless you need to judge.
Yes.
So there are some scissors right here. Thank you.
And for the record, Exhibit 28, correct?
20B, or A, I apologize. My letters are a little off in my notes, so I
Thank you.
apologize.
There's no biological or any kind of material on this firearm, so the gloves are kind of giant. I'm gonna hold it with my bare hands.
Thank you. If you could just come on up in front of this jury, and I'd like you to walk us through, obviously not doing it, but could you show us how somebody would load this firearm?
Sure, and again, just to demonstrate for everybody that this firearm is unloaded, I just unsnipped the zip tie that I had put through the action of the gun before. So it's unloaded, there's nothing in the chamber here, which is where a cartridge would go, and the magazine that normally would go right here is not present. So regardless, I'm gonna keep this pointed downward just to observe all the safety procedures. And I'm sorry, you said the...
So how would somebody load this weapon?
So in its condition like this top part here is the slide that I mentioned earlier, that's locked open in an open position. But to load this firearm, you would have the magazine with cartridges in it, and that would go in this opening here in the grip that's called the magazine well. And that would snap into place and it'll click once it's properly seated.
Once the magazine is inserted inside of the weapon, is it ready to fire?
At that point, no. In the condition like this gun is right here, where that slide is still open, one would have to close the slide in order to take a live cartridge from the top of the magazine, and that would what's called chamber the live round.
Okay. Can you demonstrate us how somebody would, is that sometimes called racking a slide?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you show us how that occurs and what that looks like?
Sure. You can do it two ways. The first way, again, the slide is on spring pressure, so when I pull it back, it's going to overcome a little hold that's keeping it open. So you can pull it back and let it go forward. So that's one way to do it. That will close the slide. That's going to take one of those rounds of ammunition from the top and put it into the chamber. The second way to do that, there is a button on the side here. This is called a slide release. And if I were to use my thumb and press that button, that will let the slide go forward. That little lock or that button is what's holding that slide open. So then that would close the slide. So you can do it two ways. You can manually do it, or you can use your thumb to release that slide and let it slide into position.
Now, once that slide has been placed into position, there would be, were this a loaded weapon, there would be a live round into the chamber and the weapon would be ready to fire.
Yes, it would. The way that this pistol is designed, this part here is called the hammer, and this is in what's called the cocked position, and that just happens, this is the hammer here, and that happened when the slide is pulled backwards. So when the slide was open, when we go to close it, using one of those two ways, that hammer is locked in the back position, so that means if you were to pull the trigger, it would fire.
What kinds of safety features are associated with this particular Beretta pistol?
There's a number of safety features. There's one right here, if you can see, again, I'm going to keep this pointed down, but there's a red dot that's right here, and that's indicating that the safety is off. So if I were to rotate this lever, now what that did right there, that's two things that happened. will keep the gun from firing. And that click that we all just heard is called a decocker. That will safely drop that hammer without having to pull the trigger. So as we saw, the hammer was cocked backwards, but if you use that lever, that manual safety / decocker, that will safely lower the hammer without firing the gun. So that's one safety feature. There's another one inside that is not visible from, not really visible from outside, but it's called a firing pin block. And essentially that's doing exactly what it sounds like. It's keeping the firing pin, it's blocking the firing pin from moving forward. So the only way that that is deactivated is by pulling the trigger. Pulling the trigger will work some of the internal components to move something out of the way, move a block out of the way, and that will let the firing pin go forward. I'm trying to think what else it has without looking at my notes.
If you need your notes to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay. I believe there's also a loaded chamber indicator on this, which is actually the extractor. The extractor is that little piece of the firearm that will pull the empty cartridge case or cartridge out of the chamber. When there's a round in here, this little piece actually sticks out just a tiny bit, and I don't recall if there's like a bit of orange on there, but it's either a visual or you can feel it with your finger. You'd be able to feel or see that extractor, and when that happens, you know that there is a live round in the chamber.
Now, not sure I'm going to phrase this correctly, so please correct me. When firing this weapon, does it have sights?
It does, yes.
Can you explain to us what those are?
There's two sights on this firearm. There's one in the front towards the muzzle end of the gun, and then there's another one back here towards the back of the firearm.
And what are sights?
They are on the firearm to assist in aiming at a target.
And you had described to us earlier when you were seated and without the weapon in your hand about ejecting from the gun. Can you show where that ejection would occur from on this weapon?
Yes. So what I'm going to do here is open the slide and lock it open. So on the top of the gun here, there's this opening. Inside here is the chamber. This is the chamber. That's where the live round or an cartridge case would be. So the extractor and the ejector, when this slide is coming backwards, that will cause the decocker, decocking the gun. That will fly out of this open area here. So when this slide is open, this little area here, this opening, is where that empty casing, or if you were extracting a live round, that's where that would fly out of the firearm from.
And I think one more question before I give you a break and let you sit down. With respect to this weapon, you indicated that part of your examination involved testing to see how much force was required to pull the trigger.
Yes.
How much force, or can you demonstrate or explain to us how much force is needed to pull this trigger?
Well, specifically, I'd have to go back and refer to my notes for the exact poundage of how much force it takes to do this. But this gun operates in what's called single action and double action. Single action refers to what happens, how many things happen when you pull the trigger. So when it's in single action mode, sorry, this is kind of a long explanation to get there, but
It's okay, whatever you need to get us there.
so when the slide comes forward, and remember how we have that hammer in that cocked position, if I were to fire this gun, that would be called single action, because when you pull the trigger, one thing is happening. So I'm gonna, the gun's empty, but I'm gonna demonstrate. So this would be how many pounds of pressure is what I'm measuring to make that happen. And I'll do that a number of times, about 3 times, to determine how many pounds it takes to cause it to fall and where the trigger, the hammer will not fall. Now, there's another mode that this can fire in. Say, for example, we've decocked the firearm, so that hammer is now down, safely lowered down. You can still fire it if the safety's off, but what we're doing here is operating it in double action. And so what that means is that when I pull the trigger, you can watch the hammer come back and then let go. So 2 things are happening when I pull the trigger. One, it's cocking back, and then shoot, it's releasing. So there's single action, there's double action, and each of those has slightly different pounds of pressure. I'll refer to my notes for the exact, but there's different pounds of pressure to be able to pull the trigger for each of those things.
Thanks so much. You can go ahead and return to your seat. I'll go ahead and restate that question. If you
Yes.
recall, or if you can refresh your recollection, can you describe to us how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull this trigger, both in single action and then in double action mode?
Again, referring to my notes, for single action, it takes 4 to 5 pounds of pressure to pull that, and in double action, it's about 9.5 to 10 pounds.
Is there something that you can give us, sort of a real-world measurement, but 4 to 5 pounds, what does that equate to?
4 to 5 pounds would be about a bag of sugar from the grocery store. You can imagine how much that weighs. I think these days it's 4 pounds because they're smaller. 9.5 to 10 pounds would be a large bag of flour, for example, or a gallon of milk, maybe a little bit heavier than a gallon of milk. So if you can imagine sort of the weights of that, that's how much pressure would be put on the triggers in either single or double action.
Now, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that part of what you had done was test this weapon for functionality, and that you did find it to function as you expected.
Yes,
Is that partially by firing the weapon and checking to see if it operates?
it is, yes.
And did you conduct any tests to determine whether the weapon could jar off?
I did,
And
yes.
what is jar off?
That means, that's a term that I use to determine if a gun is susceptible to an accidental discharge from some kind of jarring action to it.
Was this weapon susceptible to jar off?
It was not.
Now, before I move into the other evidence that you received in this case, specifically the evidence from the scene, in test firing a gun, can you explain to us that process and what you do with the test fired round that you recover?
When I go to test fire a firearm, typically that's the second part of what I do. First, I typically would look at bullets or cartridge cases, and that kind of steers me in the direction of what type of ammunition I would need to test fire, just to try to look at things that are similar to what was recovered from the crime scene. So I would then select an appropriate type of ammunition, typically 3 cartridges, but I'm not limited to 3, but typically 3. The laboratory that I work in has what's called the test fire room, and in that room is it's essentially a tank of water that's connected to sort of a pool filter that when I fire into it, the water slows down the bullet so that it's not damaged, so that I can examine it under the microscope. The pool filter part just kind of sucks it out of the tank and deposits it into a little a basket for retrieval. But I will choose the appropriate type of ammunition for the case. I will test fire the gun, and I'll test it as well in single and double action. And that's to determine how the gun's functioning.
Why into a water tank?
That's typically the type of bullet retrieval device that forensic laboratories use. There's sort of variations on a theme of that, whether or not they're vertical or horizontal, but essentially the water slows the bullet down enough so it's not damaged when it hits the water, and then it's in a good enough condition for me to microscopically examine it.
So let's move on to the other evidence that you received, because you received this weapon and all of its parts, but you also received some additional materials that you were asked to look at in order to conduct a comparison. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is, I'm sorry to pile up so many things on you. I'm showing you what is in evidence as State's Exhibit 28 and as State's Exhibit 29 for this case. They're already opened if you want to take those items out and look at them.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Were they part of your examination?
Yes, they are.
Now, those are casings and a projectile. Is that fair? A casing and a projectile, fair to say?
Correct, yes. One casing and one bullet or one
Is
projectile.
there some way in which you know that you examined those 2 items yourself?
There is, yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Excuse me. Well, first I recognize my initials on the outside of the packaging, but more specifically on the items themselves. On the cartridge case, I will have scribed like with an engraving tool on the body, on sort of the body part of the cartridge case. I will scribe the case number, the item number, and my initials, so that way I know that this is the case that this belongs to, which I can see here. And then on the bullet, once that has been cleaned, I will also inscribe that same information, the case number, which particular item number this is, and my initials.
Now, once you examined those two items, you were able to choose an ammunition that matched up with them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Inside of State's Exhibit 20A, there's a small envelope. Does that contain your test-fired rounds that you fired into that water tank and recovered?
It does, yes.
Now, with respect to your examination of the casing and then the projectile, could you walk us through what you did?
So once I have examined, well, first on a preliminary basis, I will have examined the bullet and the cartridge case, gathering all of the physical characteristics of each of those items. Again, filling out a worksheet that asks for all of the pertinent information. So if I'm talking about the bullet, it would be how much does it weigh, what caliber is it, what is it made of, any type of damage to it, and I'll conduct that same sort of overview of the cartridge case. Once I've done that, then on the microscope that I use to conduct the comparisons, I will use one of the test-fired bullets that I just shot from the firearm, and I will put that on one side of the microscope, and then the evidence bullet on the other stage of the microscope. And again, looking through the eyepieces on this piece of equipment lets me see those two things at the same time. And so I will, on the bullet, look for those scratch marks that I discussed earlier, those individual characteristics that are unique to that particular gun, looking for that same pattern, matching that pattern that I see on the surface of the bullet from the crime scene. And so once I've done that, I can come to one of those three conclusions, and I'll conduct a similar examination on the fired cartridge case, again with a test-fired cartridge case on one side of the stage of the microscope and the one from the scene on the other. And again, looking for agreement, matching patterns that I'm seeing on the two of those to determine whether or not this bullet or this cartridge case was fired in this gun.
So with respect to State's Exhibit 28, which is the casing,
Yes.
were you able to make a determination or conclusion based on your examination of that item?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
I determined that the cartridge case was fired in the Beretta pistol.
And where were the markings that you looked at that allowed you to determine that? In terms of generally, what kinds of tool marks did you see?
Sure. Again, I'm just going to refer to my notes. So on this, I was specifically looking at where the firing pin struck the cartridge case on the primer. So there were details in that impression of the firing pin of the gun on both my test fires and on the fired cartridge case. And then there was another area of the primer of the question cartridge case that came in contact with the gun called the breech. And I also saw agreement of those areas, those corresponding areas on the cartridge cases.
With respect to State's Exhibit 29, which is the bullet, and I'm just going to show a closer-up image of that item. In State's Exhibit 24C, is this the bullet or projectile that you received?
Yes, it is.
And just so we're clear, this is not under a microscope, correct? This is just a close-up photograph that you took?
It's through a type of a microscope called a stereo microscope. It just lets you see things a little bit larger, but it's not like a comparison microscope that I use for looking at two things.
But this fairly shows what that projectile looked like when you examined it, and then you got it to go in a little bit closer and see the microscopic markings, fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. When you examined State's Exhibit 29, which is the projectile or the bullet recovered from the scene, what, if any, determination or conclusion were you able to make based on that examination of that item to the Beretta?
After comparing the bullet, the question bullet to the test-fired bullets that I made from the Beretta pistol, I determined that that question bullet, the one on the screen, was fired in the Beretta pistol.
Court's indulgence? one question about this particular Beretta handgun. If there were a magazine, a loaded magazine inserted into that weapon, is it possible to insert that magazine without simultaneously loading a live cartridge into the chamber?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Is there any way to put a 15-round magazine into that Beretta handgun and not have one of the rounds load into the chamber and be ready to fire?
Yes,
Can
if,
you explain that?
I sure will, yes. If you took the magazine that had ammunition in it and simply just placed it in the gun, whether or not the slide is open or closed wouldn't matter at that point. But if you were to just place the magazine, the loaded magazine, into the pistol, there would not be any round in the chamber of the gun because that slide hasn't moved back and forth to be able to take one from the magazine and put it into the chamber. So that would be whether the slide was open or closed.
So let me ask you if you can take the gun and come over here and show us how that would work. Don't insert the magazine, but go ahead and show us how that would work.
Okay, and again, just to show everyone, the magazine is empty. There's no ammunition in it, and the firearm is still unloaded. So if this magazine had ammunition in it, again, it would be placed into the magazine well of the firearm. So I'm just going to kind of hold it in front here. The only way that you would be able to get around from here into the chamber would be to pull the slide back and let it go forward, which would then take that first round that's on the top of here and put that into the chamber. But if the gun was simply, I'm going to talk this really quick. If the firearm was simply like this, with the slide closed, and you took your magazine with ammunition in it, again, it's empty, but if you were to put it in like that and didn't do anything else, there would not be a round in the chamber.
So as that weapon would be, if that magazine that you put in there had 15 rounds, which is capacity, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Inside of it, and it was in this position, and you put the magazine in, there would not be a round in the chamber ready to fire.
Right, because the slide is closed, there's no ammunition, well, in this case, there's no ammunition in that, but if there was some in here, and you were to just simply put this into place, there's nothing in the chamber of the gun as of yet. But if you were to manipulate the slide back and forth, that would then put a put a round in the chamber of the gun.
So if you were storing your weapon in this manner, with the loaded 15-round mag inside of the handle or the magazine well, and had not placed or removed the slide to have a live cartridge loaded, and you wanted to fire the gun, can you show us what you would have to do
To actually fire it?
to fire it?
Well, there would have to be, again, ammo in the magazine. You would take this isn't gonna work quite as well because this is empty and it's gonna hold the slide open because this is empty, but I'll demonstrate from here. So if this was loaded, this firearm was like this, if you were to put the magazine in, okay, I'm not gonna see it totally because if it's empty and I pull the slide back, it's gonna pop open. But if I rack the slide like that and there was ammunition in the magazine, that racking of that slide would then put a round in the chamber. At this point, I had the safety on, so the hammer couldn't be locked in that ready-to-go position. But if the safety was off, you can see the little red button. I'm just going to reseat that. So if we put that in, and we close the slide, and there was a round in there, at that point, it would be ready to fire. If you were to pull the trigger at this capacity in this position here, it would go off. But again, if you decock it, it's not gonna, that decocking lowers it safely.
Thank you.
That's the cartridge case. Sure.
When you demonstrated over here with the Beretta 9mm pistol, racking the slide to be able to load the chamber with a bullet from the magazine, how much pressure would that take?
To pull the slide backwards? That's not a measurement that I have. It is under spring pressure, so I couldn't even begin to put it like a poundage pressure because it's not something I'm able to test for.
Oh, how can you test for the trigger pressure?
Well, for the trigger, to see how much pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger, I have essentially it's called a spring gauge. It kind of looks like a scale, like you would use to measure how heavy your luggage is before you go to the airport. But that has a hook on it that I can place on the trigger of the gun to determine how many pounds of pressure in single or double action to do that. But there's no device to measure how much pressure it is to pull the slide backwards.
If it's the amount of pressure used is more or less than pulling the trigger?
Overall.
Again, I don't really know how much pressure it would be. Like for the single action, it's between 4 and 5 pounds. The double action is 9.5 to 10 pounds. So I'm trying to think. I would just be guessing at that point. I really couldn't put a specific number on that.
Yep, not a specific number, but you could say it more or less.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Approach.
So during your examination of this pistol and today, you were able to feel how it is to pull the trigger single action, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to feel how it is to pull the trigger in double action, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to feel how feel the force used to pull the slide back, correct?
Yes.
And just in how it feels, does it feel like it's as much pressure or more? Is that fair to say?
I think if I had to estimate, I don't think it's as light as the single action is, because that's pulling the trigger. That's 4 to 5 pounds isn't a whole lot. 10 to 12 is what I would describe as a stiff trigger, stiff-ish type of trigger. So I would say maybe somewhere in between there, roughly. But that's not particularly scientific. There's no real way that I'm aware of to determine exactly what that poundage would be to pull that slide back.
No more questions, thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, can Ms. Theriot be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
redirect, I think I said that.
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I was waiting for the court. I don't believe at this time that the state has any further witnesses to call today.
For today, okay, all right, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so members of the jury, scheduling in a trial, obviously as part of the jury selection process, we informed you it would be a 2-week trial. Witness scheduling in these matters can sometimes be a little bit difficult, so to speak. I will inform you that we're making good progress over the course of the trial. And what that means is that the state has one expert witness, one witness who is slated to testify on Thursday. That person is slated to testify on Thursday. And based upon consultation with counsel relative to the order of witnesses, what has been determined is that we can have that other witness besides the 2 witnesses the state intends to call, that they can be called to testify on Thursday. What I'm getting to in a roundabout fashion is it looks like we're going to take tomorrow off relative to scheduling. Once again, we appreciate your service. We appreciate your patience. Scheduling in these matters, as I said, sometimes can be difficult. But rather than have you come in for just a half day tomorrow, we'd rather say that we will not have the trial be conducted tomorrow, and instead we'll push it into a longer day on Thursday from an efficiency standpoint. I know some of you may disagree with that, but that's the decision that I've made relative to the overall pattern of scheduling. So once again, based on the order of witnesses, we'll take tomorrow off. We'll convene again at 9 o'clock on Thursday for what would be another longer day on Thursday, again, rather than breaking it up into smaller chunks and having you come in each day. So I've made that decision with consultation with counsel, and they both agree relative to that. We're on good scheduling as far as the trial as a whole is concerned. So once again, as I've advised you in the past, there is media presence with respect to this matter. I instruct you, I order you to not do any research whatsoever with respect to any of the matters that you've heard about here, whether it's online research or in-person research or anything else. I advise you not only not to discuss the case amongst yourselves, but do not discuss the case or the evidence with anyone else outside the courtroom. Again, everything that your decision in this case needs to be based upon what you hear in this courtroom and from no other source. And if there is any information that I receive as to any interference with those instructions, I will be forced to take action with it. So again, I appreciate your respecting my orders in that regard. And again, please take affirmative steps to avoid inadvertent exposure to any of the media accounts. And finally, again, through your own social media, if you choose to do so, please do not discuss or broadcast any aspect of the case whatsoever. Again, I appreciate your service, I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate your willingness to abide by these instructions. Counsel, anything else before we excuse the jury for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so 9 o'clock on Thursday. Thank you very much for your understanding under the circumstances, and we'll see you then.
All rise.
Okay. Thank you. Please be seated. Anything at this time, counsel? From defendant, anything at this time? Okay, all right, thank you. Court will be in recess. Whatever exhibits need to be attended to with the monitor, please do so. Okay, thank you very much. And 9 o'clock on Thursday? Okay, thank you.